All right. Oh, I should do that. Hang on. So that there is no echo. There we go. Okay, do that, do that. Lay the kitty down, and then all I need to do, really quick. Okay, I remember my sign-in info. Okay, I'll have to open it down here. Oh, there we go. I can do it this way. There we go. So now we are live. I am just going to pull up the chat here on the laptop, and hopefully this works out good. I don't know for sure, but you know, because this should be live. Yeah, there we go. We are live right here. Perfect. Just make sure to mute this. There we go. And there we go. We are definitely live now. Cool. And I can see the chat here. This doesn't need to be that good quality here. All right. And hi. You love me, do you? Well, I mean, if you don't know, anybody in the chat that's watching this right now, my name is Katarina, and I am an automotive enthusiast. And today, actually, we're going to be playing on the ps2 here some Need for Speed Most Wanted. One of my favorite games of all time, and we're going to start a new career here. I wanted to do another playthrough of this for a while, and honestly, I'm just a big fan of this game. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stupid controller. I don't have the best controller in the world, so I might have to switch controllers, but... Good day! Road Trip R. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before. I forgot. I don't actually really need this, because I have the chat right here. Like, I'm so stupid. Why did I load this up? Here, let's just X out of this. X. There we go. Forgot. StreamYard makes it so easy, because I have the chat right here. It's perfect. But yeah, no, I just decided let's play one of the best racing games of all time, Need for Speed Most Wanted. Now, this is the 2005 entry to the game, not that piece of garbage that Criterion released in 2012, I believe it was. That game was just essentially like a burnout game that wasn't really even that good. And, you know, it's just playing this is just so good. Like, I love this game. Now, it sucks playing it on the PS2, just because of some of the things involved, like the controls kind of suck because of, you know, just the ergonometry of these old school controllers. I don't know how I played, you know, the PS2 for like hours and hours on end, days and days at a time, because now it just hurts my fingers. I will have to turn off music though, because I don't feel like getting this, which actually that's one thing I didn't do. Hang on. This might disrupt the stream for a second. Whoops, I did not mean to load that up. No, I meant to load up YouTube Studio. Yeah, it did freeze it for a second. No worries though. You can still see that I'm still going here. Now hang on, I just need to do one thing here really quick. Do that. Why is that not showing up? Why is it not showing up? Okay, that's strange. Let's just get back to it then. Screw it, whatever. Not a big deal. Sorry, I was trying to update something on the stream and it didn't work for me, so that's fine. You know, but like this game is just so well done. Although my AV cords kind of suck, so that's why the colors don't look 100%. But you know, I don't have the money to go buy new AV cords for this, so. Yeah, and if you've never played this game, I encourage you to. It's such a good game. Like, it's got a little bit of a cheesy storyline, but to be honest, it's so good. So good. You know, right now, like, I am, okay, Saber, okay, don't fight me. I'm trying to move you so that you don't freaking stab me, cat. Sorry about that. But yeah, I hope you all are having a fantastic day, because you know I'm attempting to, but you know we shall see. It's interesting that I could not find the stream on my YouTube studio, and yeah, it really is, to be honest. Like, this is just one of the best games ever made. It is the best in the Need for Speed franchise, I find. People will try and say Need for Speed Underground 2 is the best, but no, this game's better. And like the reason I say that is because this game doesn't pigeonhole you into customization you don't want to do, while Underground 2 did. And I don't know if people remember that. It's just sad.
I'd like to take a little peek under the hood.
Yeah, like I said, just, you know, some cheesy lines and stuff, but amazing. And sorry it's not coming through like really, really well, but it's just one of these annoying things. But I'm also using a device that I normally don't use for this. I'm using my old phone, so we shall see. Which, and it's amazing though. What you mean, like in the game or like in real life? Because I mean, I own a couple of Fox bodies that, you know, in real life, but in the game here, I'm not sure what I'm gonna choose as my starter car. I usually choose like the Cobalt, but might choose something else. We shall see. Because I can't even remember, what are all the starter cars? I think you got the Fiat Punto, you've got the Cobalt, and there's one other car. I can't remember what it is. But, you know, like in my daily driver is an 81 Mercury Capri, but I also own an 81 Mustang. Both of them are 289.6s. The Mustang has the a T5 manual swap, and also it has an 8.8 rear end with 355s, and a few other little mods like that. I just gotta remember how the cars are controlled in this game. Like, I know the controls, but what I mean is how they actually are. because the physics were, it's arcadey more than realistic. So just gotta remember that. But I've played this game loads of times. Like I probably have well over 100 playthroughs of this particular game. And to be honest, it's just fun. And that's one thing like about my channel is it'll always be somewhat automotive related in some way, whether we're talking about cars, whether we're playing a car game, whether we're playing a racing game. It just depends. And this BMW is just, it's so awesome. I'd love to actually build this BMW in real life. It's just, having the money to do so, that's the tough part because I am perpetually broke. But, because I would love to build this E46 3 Series, maybe put like a 2J in it, make it make somewhere around 600 horsepower. Like, still a very serious car, but, and still very fast and everything, but not like stupid ridiculous and unreliable and stuff. Although, I mean, honestly, 600 might be a bit much. I mean, I might only do like, 400 to be honest, but regardless, if I ever build this car, I don't know if I will. I'd like to. There are plenty of cars that I'd love to build someday. Like, I'd love to build a I'd love to build a street legal version of a Mazda 787B. And, and as well, like the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak car would be really cool as well. But again, make them street legal. And for the Escudo Pikes Peak car, I would just start with like a Geo Tracker or a Suzuki Samurai, and just modify the crap out of it. Like there wouldn't be much left other than the VIN.
Including this punk gas kid car. Well, where's your punk money then? $5,000. Says my boy will smoke this clown. It's your boy. That racer's nobody.
And apologies, like if the quality of the stream isn't amazing, like especially I know that recording the TV is not. I mean, sometimes it goes okay, sometimes it's not. But that's the tough part with recording TV, is trying to make it look really good, especially on an old device. Because I should have. I mean, I should have done it this way, and I still could technically. Is I should have put my use this with my laptop and do it that way. That would have been better, but I didn't, so that's fine. I mean, that's cool. I mean, a lot of people did. The PS2 version of this was probably the most popular, although it was the least polished version. Because I think the Xbox version may have been better, or maybe I'm wrong. But like, because the PC version was the best, and but like the PS2s, they sold the most consoles. Like to this day, the PlayStation 2 is still the best-selling console of all time. And it's just such a fun game, and I love the console. Like, to be honest, the PS2 is my favorite console of all time. I have the most hours into the PS2, and even though, like, I did a lot more hardcore gaming on, like, the PS3, I'm still pretty sure I have more hours into the PS2. And I'll still continue to play games on my PS2 because I kept my PS2. And you can still find, like, really cheap PS2s if you want to do the same thing. Like, you can go hit up Marketplace and find yourself a cheap little PS2 with a bunch of games for like $50. It's just, it's nice. Because a lot of people got rid of their PS2s, like 15 years ago. Shit. See, I have a PS4 and I don't mind it, but I don't know. It just doesn't give me the same feel as what the PS3 or the PS2 did. You know, it hasn't had like the hits that the PS2 did. Because like PS2 is just hit after hit after hit after hit released on here. You know, you had the Spyro games. You had one of the final Crash Bandicoot games on here. You did have the classic Call of Duties on PS2, like Call of Duty 2 and Call of Duty 1 and 3 as well. You know, really good games. Then the racing games, you had Need for Speed Most Wanted, Need for Speed Underground, Need for Speed Underground 2, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. Actually, Hot Pursuit was on the PS1. Hot Pursuit 2 was on the PS2. And then you also had like Need for Speed Carbon. And the PS2, its life cycle went from, it was 1999, I believe, to till it was only a few years ago that they finally stopped production of the PS2. I think it was like 2015. It's the longest run of any console, period. The PS2 sold over, I think it was 200 million copies, which no other console has ever touched that. I don't think any console ever will. Because the PS2 was the most revolutionary console when it came out. Because it could play your DVDs, it could play your CDs. Although the PS1 could play CDs as well. And it was just really amazing. And some people bought the PS2 not for gaming, but actually just to play music or to watch movies on, because it was cheaper than a DVD player. But yeah, like I said, I still think the PS2 was the best one. Like I like my PS4. Like I own a Destiny edition. And I still play it from time to time. There's still some really good games that were released on it, but I don't know. It just doesn't have the mainstay in my heart like the PS2 did. There you go. And like at the beginning here, it's just really easy to do these races because your car is just so much faster than everybody else's. And it's awesome. And like the interesting part about this game, if you do things right, you can actually basically use prize cars throughout the entire run, excluding the beginning, of course. Oh, hopefully that didn't. Okay, that didn't do anything. Because I can still see myself moving on there. So cool. I'm not going to get to that guy's message on TikTok. It's on TikTok, and I'm on YouTube right now. So, and this is the only device that I have TikTok on. Like, if I remember my information, which I don't at the moment, I could log on here. But why? There's no point. I'm live on YouTube. No, you can't. You can't. The Mustang isn't released until Blacklist number 13, I think it is. I think so. So something like that. But I wish you could. There are other games, like there are other Need for Speed titles where you can get Mustangs at the beginning, but not Most Wanted. Like, and the only Mustang in the game is the S197 in this game. No Fox bodies, no like real classics. And oh, my AV cable decided to really bug out now. The colors are all sorts of messed up. Classic gaming, man. You know, you just never know what you're gonna get. You know, let's see. I want to try and fix that. And actually, I want to, because there's no music on right now, but I don't want any music when I play on here, just because, you know, Midnight Club was fantastic. But actually, something I'm going to do here really quick is I am going to just unplug my AV jack and blow into it, then plug it back in. So hang on 1 second. Or, unless this will work, no, it's not going to. There we go. Fixed it. Again, classic gaming. It's great. It's fun. See, this looks so much better. Oh man, what a difference that makes in the quality of the picture. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah, like, and I love the Midnight Club series too. I think I probably played Midnight Club 3 the most. Possibly Midnight Club Los Angeles. You know, that was on the PS3. And like the classic Midnight Club games were very unique in how they were set up. And to be honest, like it's sad that Rockstar has abandoned the Midnight Club series because they were just incredible games and they redefined the racing genre, just like Need for Speed did. You know, and same as like Gran Turismo as an example. You know, like Gran Turismo is probably like top 5 best racing game of all time. You know, Gran Turismo 4 in particular. You know, Gran Turismo 3 was really good too, and all of them were, excluding some of the newer ones, but yeah, no. Like, you know you've played a game a lot when you know basically like all the lines of it. And this is the car breaking down because, you know, Razor tampered with your car. And then afterwards you get arrested and, you know, but they can't pin anything on you because you don't have a car. And then you start at the blacklist. And Razor uses your car to get to number 1. But, you know, it's just again just like a really fun game. And it's interesting, like PS2 animations for stuff, like the Need for Speed titles. I don't know why they did this bit of a blur and stuff like that to it. Like, it wasn't necessary. They could have made that better, but they knew it was just a cheap cutscene, and then nobody really cared that much back then. But you know, like, and it's interesting because the graphics actually in game versus the graphics in the cutscenes in game, it's better.
Where's your fancy ride? Okay. No. He's...
Oh, definitely. Like the PS2, honestly, like there's some titles on the PS2 that have better graphics than games that were released on the PS3 and PS4. It's pretty funny. Like you look at Gran Turismo 4 as an example. It's probably the height of a lot of the graphics that you could get in games. And yeah. Like and the one thing is, we as car enthusiasts and as gaming enthusiasts have been asking EA for years, years and years and years and years and years to remaster. Oh yeah, that's right. They have the IS300 in here too. That's the other one. And they have the Golf, but it costs a lot of your money, and it's not even worth getting because you can get one of those for free. So I'm gonna go with the IS300. I usually go with the Cobalt, but I want rear-wheel drive. Yep. Yeah, check your map because, I got a safe house. You need to go check it out. Pretty much what that message said. And just these games were incredible back in the day, and it's just so sad that Need for Speed has fallen from grace. They, they make games now where the racing just looks so bad, and they have like cartoon burnouts and stuff. I'm like, what is this? They haven't really made a really good Need for Speed title in a long time. And I wish EA would get back to, making these really good titles. But, they can honestly remaster Underground 2, Most Wanted, and Carbon. Have it as one package because they're not very big games, right? It wouldn't take a hell of a lot to do. Have it as one game, sell it for $100, and it would sell like hotcakes. Everybody would buy it. But, EA refuses to do it. And I don't get why. And then, and sunny drives. I mean, because you can actually win the cars of the people. Yeah, sure. And the police in this game were really good too. Like, where that kind of faltered later on, and I mean, I think they've got that good now, but for a while it wasn't good. And you had these milestones that you had to do for the blacklist. It was just so much fun. Oh, definitely. Like, and EA now, they are just, they're just power hungry and they just don't care anymore, and it's sad. And yet, because like all the fans, we just want these old games to be remastered. Like, how hard is that to do? Because it's really not that hard at all to do. There we go. Okay. And I wish that they would. But like honestly, because EA has now sunk so many gaming studios because it just didn't know, like they bought them for like one product and then they just destroyed their product and it's so sad. Whoa, shit, shit. Oh crap! I actually didn't mean to lose the cops quite yet. Oh, there we go. Okay, one found me. Where is this cop? There he is. So one hit the 2 minute mark on the pursuit. There we go. Right now, turn here. Come on. There we go. There we go. Now I can evade. You know, and then like I should be working on my Capri, but I just don't want to today. Actually, I should return to free roam because I should upgrade my car. You know, like and I wish that you know the gaming like not just EA. EA is the main culprit, but there's a few other companies that if they got back to their roots, it would just be so much better. You know, they can make simpler games. They don't have to make like these massive games. They can sell them for cheaper. I can't quite afford that, so okay, I'll just do those two. Let's leave it silver. That's fine for now. I don't have a lot of money, so I shouldn't spend on visuals yet. But yeah, no, I just yeah, I have played all of the driver games, excluding the one that was released on PSP, because there was, I believe, one on PSP. And like the driver games were awesome. And like it became a Grand Theft Auto clone, but it was actually a better Grand Theft Auto in the end, to be honest. Like when like Driver Parallel Lines as an example, like it was a better Grand Theft Auto. And it was really fun. You know, and then San Francisco, they went back to kind of the roots of Driver, and I didn't really like San Francisco as much, the last entry into the Driver series, but you know. Like that's one thing. And growing up, I was always a PlayStation gal. I never really owned. I mean, I had a Nintendo 64 and a GameCube for a bit, but they weren't like my mainstay sort of consoles. Like the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, those were my mainstay consoles. And I loved playing the racing games back in the day. Like there was, I mean, even like the Test Drive series was really good too. Like I have actually Test Drive Unlimited, I think it is, for the PS2. Which there's a bit of a misnomer because the Test Drive Unlimited, they actually made one on the PS3 as well, totally different game. But ow, ow. Okay, Saber, Saber, ow, 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 ow. Okay, can I move your back paw? Don't bite me. I need to move your back paw. Thank you, because you're stabbing me, sir. But you know, just sorry, brain's blanking here. Oh. Okay, no, it's not for me. I'm not expecting an Amazon delivery. But you know, like I've played a lot of the racing games on PS2. To be honest, like there was very few and PS1. There's very few that I didn't play. And I keep missing the perfect shifts. Excuse me, coming through. Me. But you know, because like and like to be honest, like I should really be, you know, doing the work to my Capri, but I just don't feel like doing it right now. Because like my Capri, I just need to do a couple things to it. Nothing major, like just change out the valve cover gasket, and I want to repack the wheel bearings. At least on the passenger side, because they need to be done. And like, and while it's not going to fix the problem that I have, but it could make it a little better. And like that'll get fixed within the next couple of weeks, probably. Because who knows, I might. As much as I want to bring Stitch, I just don't have enough gas in Stitch. I mean, I could siphon out of the tank of like Capri, I suppose, but I don't know. We'll see. Because there's a track day coming up that I'd love to take my Mustang to, but I might take the Capri. Or who knows? I might not even go at all. Like I'd love to, but I don't know. Money's really tight right now, and like I have nothing to my name. But it'd be one hell of an experience and a lot of fun. But it's just, you know, I'm waiting for. I need to sell some more stuff. I need to get my Dakota listed up for sale too, which I'll do that next time I'm up in Edmonton, which will guarantee be on the 16th. I'll just be tired as hell, but that's fine. Because alternatively, like if the Dakota actually had registration on it, whatever, I would just drive my Capri up on that day, leave the Capri at Keith's place. He can change out the rotors and stuff on his own if he wanted to, and then I could just take the Dakota back here and sell it. But unfortunately, though, the Dakota does not have registration on it, so The Capri will get some mods, but nothing major. Like basically, so before winter, I'd like to put a limited slip in the car because it is my daily driver, and doing that would be wonderful to have a limited slip in there. Um, and then as well, I would like to add like a header to the car as well, just make a little more power. And depending, I might swap out the carburetor as well, which the carburetor will cost me nothing because I have all the parts to do that. Other than I think I need to go through the Motorcraft carb and rebuild it. I think rebuild it properly, not the bad rebuild that we did. Well, I shouldn't say bad, but it was pieced together quite a bit. Like my Mustang is the one that has all the modifications, and that's the toy. The Capri is not my toy. The Capri is just a fun car, and it's again 1981, so Fox body. But again, in time, because getting a header on there will add quite a bit of power. Maybe throw a cam in the car too. Like nothing major. I don't really want to build that car out too much. I'd like to get it to be a little more power, a little better on fuel economy, if I can, and that's basically it. And then give it a little more traction, Because my Mustang is the one to where, that's gonna get like the turbocharger, or maybe supercharger, depending on if I get the money for that. Turbo will be cheaper because I have all the parts basically, other than hardline for the turbo. But that's pretty cheap. And ah, and now I'd be open to doing a T5 swap on the car to be honest, but it's locating the parts that's the pain in the ass because you have to find some really rare parts to be able to actually do it. So either that or I find one of the later. If I find a 200 block with the low mount starter, then I can do a T5 swap a lot easier, or just go to an AOD. But because of the high mount starter, it's a weird bell housing pattern on those 200s. But there is one 200 that actually does have a really good bell housing pattern, and that's the late 81s and 82s. It has essentially a small block forward bell housing pattern, but just two of the bolts, like the top two bolts, don't line up. But you can re-drill those holes in your bell housing. Yep. Yeah, it is. The Capri is it's the Capri is the two-tone one that looks like it has a bit of a wide body and it's the hatchback, while my Mustang is the notchback that is more of a tritone. And I've named my Mustang Stitch, I haven't named the Capri yet, and I haven't figured out what I want to even name the Capri because eventually I will. But I mean, I don't really have a lot of sentimentality to the Capri yet. So where my Mustangs I did. So there's that. I like the Capri, but there's zero sentimentality to it. And like people ask me like, "Hey, do you want to sell it?" I don't really want to sell it though, but it's just because I couldn't replace that car. There's no way I can replace it. Because I can replace a Capri because actually Capris, while they're rare, I can find them relatively easily. But it has to do with if my brain will work here. What's some of the other stuff? Ooh, there we go. Wait a second. There we go. But you know, and because I did have before the Capri, I did own an '86 Mustang convertible. I love that car, but I just could not give it the love that it needed. Just didn't have the money for it, so you know. So I traded it for this Capri. And while the Capri needs some love too, this one doesn't cost me anything to really run it as much because like my one of my best friends, Keith, he under the trade conditions, he actually left it in his name. So there's that. That's why I did it, because otherwise I wouldn't have done the trade. I would have just sold it probably at auction. Like in hindsight, you know, I could have sold the car at auction, but I wanted to make sure it went to a good home. And I know with Keith, it's in a very good home. And like he's finally fixed that car where it's like 100% now, which is awesome. Other than like it still needs a top and a couple other things too, but nothing major. You know, some rust repair. He does want to repaint it as well because he doesn't like the white. He would much rather repaint it to, I mean, literally just about any other color because he hates white. He thinks that white should only be on fleet vehicles. And so, yeah, it's just one of those things. Which I don't mind white on cars, but that's just his opinion. And there's other things he doesn't like. Like he doesn't like tan interiors either. You know, which I'm not sure with the tan. Why he doesn't like tan? But oh, you have an SHO? That's cool. Actually, what year SHO? Like, is it one of the really cool classic ones, or is it one of the more modern ones? Regardless, whatever year it is, the SHOs are still cool. It's just the first gen SHOs were just the jam, and I would love to own a first gen SHO, especially as a stick. That'd be so cool. Like the ultimate sleeper, if you don't know, because the only thing that gave it away was the bumper treatment. So, like on the bumpers, it actually had, you know, in the bumper covers, it had SHO actually engraved in. Pretty cool. And like with that Yamaha tuned 3-liter Vulcan V6, just so cool. And they were fast too. They made like about 220 horsepower, which doesn't sound like a lot, but considering the car was like around 3,000 pounds, it was pretty quick. Whoa! Sonny just T-boned me. Yeah, like, and I think so, to be honest. But again, it's just not his jam, so I don't know what he's gonna do. Like, I don't know if he's gonna paint it black, if he's gonna paint it red. I can't see him painting it yellow, so. And just again, he's very particular about this car. Oh, you just sold a 91 SHO? Damn. That's cool. Actually, speaking of my buddy Keith, he just picked up okay, he hasn't actually picked it up yet. He won the bid at auction and he just needs to go pick it up now. Is a 1984 Lincoln Mark 7, which is such a cool thing. And speaking of Mark 7s, there's somebody in the chat, my buddy Shane, which is VCMD Propulsion. He owns a Mark 7, except for his is modified to crap, and he calls it the Murder Wagon. But not much. Just playing some Need for Speed, Most Wanted, and chatting with all the lovely people in chat. Now, hopefully I can win his golf. Oh, perfect! The first one I picked was his golf. Nice! But really, not too much. Like I should be working on the Capri, but I'm not. So I'm gaming instead. That's how it goes. I get the work done on that car soon. Yeah, I mean, I could see that because the Marauder, it's a difficult car to order parts for. Like, there's not very many of them, and I mean, I know like the Marauder was essentially like Mercury Montclair, I think, maybe Montcalm. I can't remember, but so actually now let's go back to the safe house and let's grab that Golf because the Golf is gonna be faster than this IS300 is. Because like, and I saw like you put out a post earlier of talking about like what you wanted to do for fueling on the Marauder. Whether you wanted to do like a tri-power setup, EFI, or carb. And I think you landed on like a dual carb setup. I think that's what I saw. Unless if I'm wrong. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Put nitrous on this thing. I'm gonna put some brakes on it. Can I do anything else? I don't think so. Suspension? Oh, I can do suspension. There we go. Cool. Cool. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that'd be cool. Because, like, something that'd be kind of interesting, and it's something that, like, you don't see. Because what would be really cool is, like, I like carburetors, obviously, as you know, but I'm open to injection as well. Is doing, like, a multiple throttle body injection system would look really cool. Like, or do similar to what we kind of discussed. Use a carburetor as your throttle body, and then have it with injection. It would be really neat, actually, because people would look and go, "Oh, that's carbureted," but then you look closer, and it's actually fuel injected. Ooh, I don't know if I'm gonna go fast enough for this one. Oh yeah, no. I know. Easy peasy. I don't care. 1,000 bounty. Okay, why am I not getting the infraction for that? There. Still not getting the infractions. God damn it. There we go. Now I got it. Who wants all the same stuff? Thinking about going back to. Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Cause yeah, I mean, like restorations and hot rods, like that's to me, that's more of the fun rather than just the regular, fixing Joe Blow's car. There we go. I shall, thank you, and hope you have a fantabulous day yourself. Ah, shit. I mean, a little later, I'll actually do the work on the Capri that I should have already done the other day, but just yesterday I was feeling like shit, so I didn't do it. Oh yeah, like that's the one thing. Like it is so much more fun, to build hot rods and stuff. Like restoration can be a bit of a pain in the ass because depending on people's expectations. But that's how it goes, right? Whoa, 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 whoa! Ah! Now it is kind of funny how you can get like super oversteer with a front wheel drive Golf, but here we are. Thank you, arcadey sort of physics. Shit, 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 shit. Again, arcadey nature. It's just something to get used to be honest, when you play these old Need for Speed titles. Okay, why did you brake check me, you fucker? There we go. And I went undercut the turn. Shit. Shit. Go, 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 go. Hang on, I'll read your comment momentarily. It's just hard to read long comments when I'm in the middle of a race. Break, 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 break. There we go. So yeah, like there we go. Let's pause it. People. Oh yeah, like that. That's the one thing of because people will sometimes think that this is just a simple job. Yeah, but that simple job is one broken bolt away from becoming a nightmare, and that can happen. You know, like especially working on some of the cars that people have. Because I know, like, even on my stuff, like when we put in the 302 into the convertible, like when we swapped out that other one, when I took the intake off to put my intake on, I actually broke the one of the bolts holding it down. It's like, oh, son of a bitch. And these newer cars have so many, like even that the stock EFI system that the 86 and up V8s got, on the 302s, very simple system, but that freaking intake is held on by like 12 volts, which is stupid. And a couple of them are hidden if you don't, like, if you didn't know, which to be honest, like, I didn't at the time. So when I'm taking this thing apart, I'm like, okay, I have all the bolts on, like, why is this not coming out? And then sure as shit, there was 4 that were hiding. Yeah, and see that's the one thing, because you can have new parts fail. I mean, I've had it where just like cheap parts that as an example, my the ball joint that I replaced on the car, I've replaced it twice now, on the same side, because of cheap ass parts that just fell apart. It happens. Like that's why when you go into Rock Auto, it's not always the best to buy the cheapest ones, because it might not actually last. And I learned my lesson on that, and I think I got a little more uppity one, and now that one's better. But yeah. Ooh. Yeah, like, and that's one thing, because unless you like did something wrong, but most people are gonna think that, right? It's like, oh, this failed because you did something wrong. It's like, well, that's not always the case. Like sometimes that can be the case, and as mechanics, we've all done something wrong. That's just a given. But however, like, and even because the shop that I like, it's the only shop in town that I trust now, because sadly the other shops that I trusted, well, they're no longer in they no longer do stuff. So well, I should say that they no longer do stuff. I should say that shop no longer exists. Because that was my friend Brian's shop, and I got a few things done there. Like, I had him replace the power steering pump in my car, and I had him also do the steering rack in the car, and had him do the rear springs too. Yeah, like the steering rack, I could have maybe done myself. Power steering pump, there's no way, because the Ford power steering pumps how they are. You have to, you have to have a pulley puller for it, which is so dumb. Like, I don't know why they designed them that way. Okay, Jesus, these drivers are horrible. Just spinning out in front of me and crashing, and ugh. Oh, exactly. Like, and that's the one thing, because I mean, I get it. Like, there's a reasonable expectation of that, but at the same time, it's like nobody's perfect. Because like as an example, something that Now, and they rectified it. When I notified them of it, they fixed it. No big deal. Luckily, that I spotted it beforehand. Otherwise, there would have been a big issue, and I would have been potentially suing said shop. But like Fountain Tire here in town, when they replaced my ball joint the first time, got it replaced, and then looking underneath the car with the wheel off, and I noticed, wait, that ball joint's not perfectly set in place. What the hell? So yeah, they had to fix that. They fixed it with no issue. They got it in like that same day and everything. So, but again, like sometimes mechanics screw up, and that's okay. As long as it isn't, as long as you can admit your mistakes, that's what counts. Because like there's a shop here that like I can throw a rock and hit their building. Um, and the thing is, I don't trust them because of, or at least their old apprentices were freaking terrible. Because my dad went in there to get an oil change done one time. I don't know why he didn't just go to Jiffy Lube, but he did. He goes in there, gets his oil changed. He checks the oil level himself afterwards, and they overfilled it by a liter. So he goes back there, and he's like, "Hey, you guys overfilled my oil." And the apprentices said that no, that's normal. That's fine. But then the owner looked at it immediately and went, "Yeah, no, that's wrong." Like, and how could you not know how to read a dipstick? Like, that's pretty sad, actually. But again, some apprentices are just really that green. Even like with the Dino Day, like we get some of our volunteers are very very green, and we don't know um how to really deal with them as much. We can teach them, but if they're not willing to learn, then they are basically off, and I'll just do their job for them. Oh, exactly. Yeah, and because I know, like, I have messed up things because I've rushed it 100% on my own car. And that is one of those things. I'll have to read that later. Yeah, just my friend Christina messaging me because she's a photographer and actually a really cool person. But we've really started to connect quite a bit over the past little bit. Shit! Oh, that damn caddy made it so I fucked up the turn. Yeah, and because yeah, when you're rushed, it's the worst thing because yeah, you don't like double check your stuff. You just sit there and you're like, well, okay, I got to put this together and hope to God it works. You know. And like 9 times out of 10, you rush it, you might be okay, but that 1 out of 10 times, and oh, I screwed something up. Sorry, but you had me rush, so that's on you. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Right, 1 lap done. Yay. Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's 100% mechanics mantra right there. You can get uh, you can have it fast, but it's going to cost you more, but the quality might not be like as good. And like it's just like you have any combination of those three. That's two of them, anyways. Like you mentioned. Sorry, my brain is just not working here. But yeah, I got you. Meow. Hi, Chris. Saber, do you want down? Or are you just gonna lay down there? Well, I don't mind either way, but you need to let me know these things. Meow. But oh god, I'm just tired. There we go. You bought a '78 Mustang GF for $700. Sweet. And it's interesting you said sweet Mustang video. Like I have quite a few Mustang videos, but regardless, I mean a '78. So that is the last year of the Mustang 2, and being clean for $700 like that's a really good deal actually. Like that is really sweet. Now, is it a 302 car, or is that a V6 or a four banger? Like regardless, still really cool. It's a 4-cylinder. Hey, still that's really cool. And that's why like when people say, I mean, mind you, that's a Mustang too, so it's a little different. But like when people say, "Oh, Mustangs are so expensive, I can't really get one for really cheap." Really? Because there's deals like that around, and yeah, it might need a bit of work, but it's there. Like the Capri that's outside right now, me and my buddy picked that up last year for $600. Yeah, we've needed to overhaul the entire braking system. We needed to replace the transmission because the brakes seized up and smoked the tranny. And we needed to replace the carburetor as well. And we had to fix the exhaust too because the exhaust was really bad. Just somebody cut out the catalytic converter and put a bottle in there for some weird ass reason. Like I couldn't quite understand the reasoning behind that, but other than that's the only pipe you had around. But then they like did really bad booger welds on it that are like worse than my welds. Because my welds aren't pretty, but at least mine stick. But I will say exhaust though. Exhaust is not my forte. I have never been able to really weld exhaust, but considering I'm trying to flux core exhaust, it doesn't really work that well. Okay. I mean, yeah, like that's the one thing because here in Canada, we don't have to worry about titles. It's kind of nice in that regard. To where like if there is, it's interesting because if we get a vehicle from the States, up here, and once it passes the out of province inspection, then at that point you can honestly just get rid of the title. You don't need it anymore because then we just sell it on a bill of sale basis. It's kind of interesting actually, but you still keep the title around anyways, just in case, for if you want to resell it, and you can sell it back to the States much easier. But that's one of the things up here in Canada. You know, that's just kind of convenient. Because if we had titles for cars, it'd be such a pain in the ass. But, you know. Yeah, because see, I don't know like the title system as much, so but like what Shane said, yeah, I could see that actually working. All right, one more race, and then I'll challenge the blacklist racer. Mm. Yeah, well, I mean, California for a lot of things is really bad. Like, you know, if you want to modify your car as an example, that's tough to do in Cali. You can, but, you know, there's certain things you have to abide by, and that's why, you know, your tricky things that you've done for your cars that have to be emissions compliant, actually, you know, it works for that, but like your murder wagon with the cylinder deactivation. And yeah, like in something, um, because yeah, like my buddy Keith, he picked up a 1984 Lincoln Mark 7. I believe it's a Bill Blass edition, and it's gold on gold. You know, just everything's gold on it, including the interior. All the air ride works still. It had about $600 worth of work put into it, like a brand new rad, and it had like a new power steering pump and some other thing like that. And he picked this thing up at auction. I can't remember the mileage of it, but it wasn't high mileage either. For only $1,525, like just such a steal, and that is Canadian, not American. So, you know, 1,525 Canadian is probably something like $1,000 American. Oh, okay. That phone is dying. Okay. Actually, hang on. I need to do something really quick. I need to plug in my other phone. Which, okay, make sure. Oh, no, that was my controller dropping. No, I don't want you to drop down there. Because I don't want you to resume the raise on me when I don't want you to. So, okay, do that. God damn it, I just did it again. Ah! Why are you stuck on this stupid freaking arm, you pet of the merda? Yeah, I mean, the Mark 7 is one of my favorite Fox bodies, to be honest. Like, I love them. Because, you know, you have the luxury, and it's still a Fox body. Like, basically, other than, because the only things that I think don't necessarily fit a Mark 7 is, like, some of the underpinnings from a Mustang don't. As an example of that, like subframe connectors, because you know it's stretched in the middle. But you know, stuff like that. But that's so minor. That's only if you want to modify it. Otherwise, you're pretty much golden. There we go. Hi, Saber. Hang on, I'm gonna move you. There we go. Because yeah, like in Mark 7s, they're difficult to find, but you know, when you do find them, they can actually be really clean because people actually took care of them typically. Like there's a unicorn Mark 7 for sale in my province. It's been for sale for like 2 years. But the thing is just roached out and the motor is bad in it now because it's been left out for too long. But it is a Lincoln Mark 7 with the BMW diesel, which a lot of people don't realize that they actually had an inline 6 diesel and one of those as an option, but it's true they did. And this one, like the head has been off of it and it's up on stilts, but man, is it really, really rusty. The guy wants to pay like $700 for it, but I don't even think it's worth that. It's sad because I wouldn't mind, you know, a diesel version because it'd be kind of neat. You know, when you pull up to a car show, and you pop the hood, and everybody's expecting a V8, and they see the diesel, and they're like, huh? And those BMW diesels actually weren't the worst things in the world. Like, half decent motors, actually. Like, don't get me wrong, the 302 is still a better motor, but... Shit, I did not mean to hit that. No! Slowing down. But, you know, I just one of these things, and like, so now that I don't know what he's going to do with this Mark 7, but I know the vehicle that I'm going to borrow probably the most when I visit Edmonton is probably that Mark 7. Because it's just going to be so comfortable, and it's just going to be so nice. You know, but that's something I want to do actually to my Mustang, is I want to put in Mark 7 LSC seats in that car. Because you have all of that bolstering that's awesome, but you still have the comfort too of it. It's just amazing. I mean, alternatively, like something, because, you know, Greg wants to scrap the Shelby Charger and the Plymouth Turismo because there hasn't really been much interest in them. But, you know, I might just take the seats out of the Shelby and sell the two cars for like really cheap. Because I'd much rather, I want those seats out of the Shelby for my car. And, you know, like say, sell both the cars for like $500, and then I get to keep the seats, or at least the front seats at the very, very least. And I can fit them in a Fox body. I know I can, because my buddy Keith actually, he had a Fox body with Plymouth Turismo seats in it, so which those are like the same car, so. Oh yeah, like, and I've thought about doing a part out on that car, but I just want to keep the seats for myself. To be honest, but like, because I don't really know if that thing is very valuable in parts. Just because it's an 84 Shelby Mustang. Or Shelby Mustang, sorry, Shelby Charger. That's what I meant to say. It's a non-turbo. It is a 5-speed. I know that 5-speed is kind of desirable to people because they have better ratios than the regular 5-speed. The engine itself is not really that desirable because it's a non-turbo. Instead of having 90 horsepower, it has 110. The suspension, if it's still usable, would be something that people would go after just because, again, the Shelby suspension was different. The steering rack would be desirable because, again, Shelby. Quicker ratios and stuff. But it's also not one that you... I don't really know if it would be worth parting out just because of the nature of it, because it's a Shelby Charger. Like, how many people are looking for Shelby Charger parts or just Charger parts in general from the 80s? And like, and of course, you know, that Shelby does have the Omni door issue, where basically the Dodge Omnis, the door handle would break inside, and you wouldn't be able to actually open the door properly because, you know, somebody was yanking on the driver's door and they broke it. So I can only get into the passenger side now. Or if I, you know, figured out the trunk latch or the hatch latch, that I could get in through the hatch. But, you know, it's one of these things. Because yeah, like I just want the seats out of it because they would go really good in Stitch actually, and it would change kind of what I'd probably do with Stitch, to be honest, if I use those seats, because I don't want to re-dye the seats, and I don't want to I'd much rather replace my carpet and my headliner to match, because these seats are they're gray on blue, which it would just change the color scheme on the outside. So I would do, instead of the gray on red that I currently have, I'd go gray on little tiny pinstripe red on blue. Fever, do you need food or are you just wanting outside? Hang on. I got offered. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because I mean, you have upgraded gears in that transmission, so I mean, I could see that to a certain extent. But yeah, like this is just a bone stock Shelby Charger. It's nothing special. Cool car, but not a good car because again, it's based off a Dodge Omni, which if you know anything about '80s Dodges, they weren't exactly good cars. But like the trucks were pretty good, although their electrical systems were iffy. But and this is the Chrysler L body platform, which is based off the K platform. Front wheel drive, little four banger Mitsubishi engine, all that jazz. Yeah, little 2.2. And like something because when I saw this car, like I saw like not like uber dollar signs, but I saw like, okay, this car could probably sell for a decent amount of money, and just nobody wants it, and it's sad. But yeah, and the Turismo does have quite a bit of usable bits. Like if somebody wanted, the front end as an example, that is still in good shape, and it's that 4i design. Okay, Saber, do you need food? Is that what you're after? What? You're not going outside. No, no, we're not going outside, buddy. Sorry, not right now. Later. Okay, promise. Later. My kitty. Yeah, they're like I said, not very good cars. Not very good cars. They're kind of neat in their own way. Like I like them, but I know they're not a good car. Like Saber, you're not going outside. If you need food, you can let me know that, but you haven't let me know. Ooh, okay. Should be that one then. Yep, there we go. Pink slip. No, Saber, we're not going outside. Not right now. And yeah, because like the Dodge Aries, was the quintessential K car. And it's interesting to actually find a Dodge Aries because you don't see them very often anymore. But like a friend of mine, I think he bought. No, his was a LeBaron that he bought, but like an early LeBaron convertible. And like I still need to get up to his place in Lacombe and film his collection because that'll give me a bunch of content. That was kind of common. They were common for that and blowing head gaskets and that sort of thing. Okay, Saber, enough, please. You're not going outside. No, not right now. Whoops. I did not mean to destroy that cop car. Whoops. But you know, like, and to be honest, like, I don't even know if the motor's any good. Because I've never really attempted to properly start the car because it doesn't have a distributor in it. Now the car beside it has a distributor in it, but I just haven't put the distributors over because, as well, like, I don't know the timing that they should be and everything like that. I haven't a clue. So, you know, and the Shelby, who knows? It might use a different distributor. I doubt it, but it might. Because it is Shelby after all. Because I know they have some differences, like the engines themselves are a little different, like the head on the engines, because the 2.2s that were not in Shelby's just had the 90 horsepower and they had a little less compression. While in the Shelby's, they had a different head on them. They also used a unique chrome valve cover on them as well. Which that valve cover actually might be worth a decent amount of money. I don't know for sure, but... And also, I don't have a proper key for the car, so... Well, it is carbureted, so, you know, I don't necessarily need a key, but... But I have no keys, period. Like, I don't have a door key, I don't have a ignition key, like, I've got nothing for that car. Okay, Saber! Hi, buddy. Yeah, if you want food, you know, I can feed you, but that's not what you're looking after, because you keep meowing at the door. Oh, hi, Dean! Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Hope you're having a fantabulous day. I know I am so far, you know, just playing one of my favorite games of all time. Definitely my favorite racing game. Ah, there's Tim. Hi, Tim. Oh, see, and I wouldn't know that, to be honest. So I mean, I know there would be some differences between the two, but again, like, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming they'd use the same distributor and stuff, but I don't know for sure. Haven't a clue. You know, like I mentioned, you know, I should be working on my Capri, but the work that needs to be done will only take like maybe half an hour, because all I'm doing is replacing the valve cover gasket and repacking the outer wheel bearing on the passenger side. That's all I'm doing. Come on, coppers. I need you guys to send reinforcements so I can hit more cars so I can reach my infraction limit. There we go. Perfect. Driving your rapid transit Ford. Now it's kind of funny because when I hear that, it's like, yeah, that's obviously European, because you know we don't have the Ford Transit here. Or actually, no, we do now, I think, but for the longest time we didn't have the Transit. We just had the Ford Econoline. Oh. My upstream O2 sensor in my 2013 Ford Fusion. See, and I am so glad that I don't have to deal with like O2 sensors and stuff. Because like people say, hey, you should put an O2 sensor in your car and have a proper gauge on it for your AFR, and I'm like, I don't really need that. I can listen to the motor, I can pull plugs, and it's fine. Now, when I'm turbocharged, different story. That actually will be really nice to have. But as of right now, I don't think it's necessary. Ah, New Zealand. Okay, cool. Cool. There we go. Complete the bounty. Yay. Oh, you have the 1.6. Oh, okay. I don't really know much on the engine at all, to be honest. Tiny little engine for such a... I mean, not that it's a big car, but it's a big enough car. I failed smog one time because some didn't have AGM. Yeah, like, that is just so dumb. Because, like, it shouldn't need to. Like, if it happens to be, like, if you can look at the VIN and realize that this was not a California car, you should be exempt from some of that. But it might cut into, their, sales of new cars in California, I suppose, too. But that's just really dumb. Like, it has to be present, but it doesn't really have to be working. That's just so stupid. Like, my car would fail emissions, I can tell you that. But that's because I made it that way. There's no EGR valve, there's no catalytic converters on it anymore. There's really nothing. There we go. Ah, okay. Well, that makes a little more sense then. See, that is so dumb. Like, honestly, now I can understand in California why they actually have emissions because, there was a long time where, in like LA, you looked at the skyline and you couldn't really see it because there was that much smog in the air. So, like, I get why, but at the same time, it's just dumb. Because I mean, and now, like, and it's interesting that like we go after cars, for emissions. Yet you want to know what the worst polluters are for emissions? Because it's not cars. Cars are like 10th on the list, to be honest. It actually goes so. It is factories. There's airplanes, and then there is also like ocean-going ships, like big old oil tankers and stuff like that. Cargo ships. Those actually are the worst polluters that we have on the planet. And yet we go after cars, even though cars make up a whopping 3% of the world's emissions. 3. Because I'm pretty sure it's 3. Like, it's not really much. Ah, shit. Shit, I did not mean to hit that van. Damn it. Photochemical smog. See, and now, like, something that's dumb, though, is like, so, okay, at that point, for something as smart as that, just put it on the tester, and if it passes, then who cares if it has an HER valve? Like, genuinely. Because, like, you'd be surprised at if you have a very, an extremely well set up engine that has 0 emissions devices whatsoever on it. You'd be surprised to learn, actually, that it can actually be some of the least polluting stuff compared to even some modern vehicles with their catalytic converters and their computers. It is quite amazing. Like, if I did, and to be honest, it's something I've been fascinated by, and something I've kind of wanted to do at the same time, because I wouldn't lose performance out of the deal, and I would just gain a ton of economy, is, converting my carburetor to a gas vapor carb, which you don't really have to do much to it to actually do that. You just have to have the right mixture of your gas vapor, and you can do it and get, 80 to 100 miles to the gallon, and still make the power, basically similar amount of power that you made before. Yeah, and again, a visual inspection is dumb. That is really dumb. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just really focused here. Okay, I didn't miss any comments. But yeah, it's just really sad, though, of how strict some of these places can be. Like, especially, with, like, a visual inspection is the dumbest thing. Like, hook it up to the machine. Worst case scenario, hey, look, it doesn't pass, and you have to spend the money anyway. Like, who cares? Well, see, and that's something, to be honest, that, because if I could set up, a like gas vapor to work in my car at, my sort of highway cruising speeds, but everywhere else it doesn't work, like, it'd be a little complicated to set it up that way. But you could effectively. You know, it's just one of those interesting things. You know, because I think you might not be able to do that, but you might. I don't know, to be honest. But it's something I've always been fascinated by is these gas vapor carbs because you know all of the big three played with gas vapor carbs, and there are stories that you hear of people getting over 80 miles per gallon. Come on, Saber. There you go, bud. Come on, Saber. You're all wet. You know that, hey, bud. Okay, Saber. Oh, god damn it. You're getting wrapped around my cord. There we go. But yeah, like it's something that I've always been fascinated by, and it'd be really cool to set up if I could. But because I convert, you know, like if I was able to do that and still have the performance and everything, I'd just say, you know, screw going injection. But mm, because I always heard that you know that you didn't really lose power with it, but I don't know that for sure because again, it's just everything I've read has been like on forums and stuff. So because there's not really anybody that has played around with that recently, but you know, like because my neighbor Lance, he wants to on my engine because he wants to do this thing that Smokey Eunuch actually developed. To where, and unfortunately, when Smokey Eunuch died, he didn't really release all of his information. So there's a lot of stuff that he did that just nobody knows exactly how he did it. And he wants to experiment with my inline six, and basically he wants to do this superheated. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but where you run the car basically like almost dead lean, not fully dead lean, but pretty close to it, and then you superheat the intake. And doing that apparently gives you a bunch of power extra. It's wild. But it's, you know, it's getting the mixture absolutely perfect because one wrong move and you're like melting pistons and stuff. So that's the tough part about it. And I do wonder like how drivable is that setup though? Because it'd be cool to experiment with a car like that, but is that a car that you could only drive at full throttle, or could you, you know, actually cruise with it? I just don't know. But it's an interesting idea though. And like, you know, and Smokey Eunuch was a visionary for that unfortunately just passed away way too soon and didn't pass on his knowledge. And so, you know, like, and then the only issue with, you know, doing this is like, you know, I might go through multiple engines before we figure out the proper combination, which, you know, I can't afford to do that. So there's that. But it would be a neat idea. Because I can't remember the car that he used to actually do this on. And I can't remember what the process is exactly called, but, you know, he did it on just a basic, I think it was like a Monza or a Vega, something like that. And yeah, he was able to make like over basically, it was about 400 horsepower out of the deal without really modifying the crap out of the engine. It's wild. But, you know, like, we shall see, you know, if I ever have enough money to play around with an idea like that. And, and do that. It was a Fiero. That's what it was. Yeah, it was a V6 Fiero. I couldn't remember the vehicle that it was, but I knew it was GM. Or actually, no. I think it was the Iron Duke that he did it with. Maybe an Iron Duke. But, regardless, just amazing that, you can actually do that. Because it defies everything that you would think that would actually work. But, in the right circumstances, it could. But again, I just don't know if you could actually cruise with it, though. Or if it's just, hey, this is a bona fide race car now. But it is a really cool concept, anyways. And and some of these really old school things that can make a big difference in your car. Yeah, see, and I wonder, because the fuel combusting within the manifold itself, rather than right where it's supposed to, at the top of the engine, right? Like at the in the cylinder wall, or not in the cylinder wall, but you know what I mean. At the top of the compression stroke on the piston. But it would be neat, and see what you can actually do with a 200 inline six that way, and to see how much power could you actually make out of it by doing that. Because I do know that while as long as you're not running too rich, actually running rich is safe, but I know that running lean, actually you can make more power running lean than running rich. So that I do know. So that side of it checks out. But we shall see, what is in the future for my car, to be honest, because who knows? I might change my mind so many times in the future that just don't know. For now I'm, sticking with carburation, but if I can get a motor down to down to Shane there, I will do that DIS injection system. That'll be very interesting to run, and it'd be very cool and make quite a bit of power and be very efficient. But yeah, I can't afford to get a motor down there. That's why I don't do it. Because I do have a spare engine, but not that I know anything about that motor. I don't even know if it properly runs. I trust the guy I bought it off of because he has no reason to lie about that because he wasn't asking a lot for the motor and transmission. We paid $200 for that motor and tranny, so, and the transmission's in the Capri, and then the motor just came with it. It's sweet. And yeah, that's when I did that really big road trip in the Dakota to pick up that motor and transmission. I loved the trip, but I hated that fucking truck. It's just so uncomfortable. And the one thing is, for most people, they would think that a Dodge Dakota is actually not an uncomfortable vehicle, but for me, it is because of the way my back is. It's a very finicky bitch, my back. So, just too firm. Hmm. That's fair. And that's one thing. I would love, because even if I had the option to, and yeah, it does take a bit of power. I know out of hydrogen. Although hydrogen, it's interesting because it's actually higher octane than regular pump gas. but so is propane too. But propane setups, if it's not set up properly, can actually hinder your performance. But because I've always said that if the infrastructure was in place here in Alberta, that I would convert my cars to hydrogen in a heartbeat. Hmm. Yeah, I mean it like, and that's true because it does make more heat. Um, and to be honest, like, and I do know, like, as an example, that the internal combustion engine is not the way of the future, but battery electric is also not the way of the future. Um, what we should be going after is a hydrogen fuel cell electric car. To where, like, we'll still have batteries in the car, but we could run the vehicle, like, have the hydrogen as essentially a generator, and just have that power the electric motor. Like, it's great. Because that's essentially like the Toyota Mirai, and I think Hyundai makes one too. That's what they are. And vehicles, like, as an example, the 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 Wankel rotary. If you actually convert a rotary to hydrogen, it eliminates all the issues that a rotary actually has. So, like, as an example of this, the the rotary, as we know, is a finicky little child. They want to run like high RPM and everything, and that's what they were designed for. They were never designed to cruise at like 2,500 RPM. No, they were designed to be redlined a lot. And as a result of that, it doesn't get oiled as properly, and you have to premix the oil with the gas and all this different stuff. Like, they are quite, like I said, finicky. Oh shit. Um, but I can say that, whoa, that, because I remember with like, Mazda actually did on the RX-8, they did make a hydrogen version of it, and it eliminated its, hey, look, it doesn't burn oil anymore, and it actually is fuel efficient now, and all this different stuff. But unfortunately, the infrastructure wasn't there, so they didn't, make hydrogen vehicles, and it's sad. Because that's the one thing, like, hydrogen is the one thing that we have that's an infinitely renewable resource. So, hmm, yeah, methane could work. It's just methane is a little more volatile, and I think that's why they haven't really went after that. Because we're hydrogen, because everybody thinks hydrogen is volatile, but it's actually not. Because everybody thinks of, when I think of hydrogen, the first thing that I think of is like, oh, the Hindenburg. Yeah, but that's not what made the Hindenburg go down. It was a thermite on the Hindenburg that made it go down. Thermite is just very, very flammable. And while, don't get me wrong, the hydrogen act as an accelerant for it, but the thermite itself was the problem. That shit. We hit freaking an invisible barrier. God damn it. This golf is terrible. Come on. Catch up to that Supra. Meow. See, and it can, that is true. It's no different than propane in that regard. At least propane will eat away at aluminum. Steel is okay though, but that's why like on Dodge factory propane setups, they actually use aluminum intakes for some reason, and where the other ones use cast iron, and yet those intakes would basically be garbage within just a couple of years because the propane ate at them. Like that's something because like my buddy Joseph, he owned a 1973, I think, Thunderbird. Really cool car. It was in really good shape, and he sold it. But it was actually converted to propane. And the one thing is, like, it was very cheap for him to run, even with a 460 under the hood. It cost like nothing to fill it. And like something about that car, I was surprised he got rid of it because, like, even though it's an impractical car, it's actually a little practical because of you have all the space in the world that you can fit whatever you want in it. But then at the same time, it's like it's on propane, so it costs you nothing to run it. And now he owns a 4-door Chevelle with a 250 inline six and a power glide. So. Yeah. Oh yeah, like they're like you'd have to do that in our systems, and it would kind of suck to have to do that in a lot of it, but it's one of those things. And holy crap, the smoke! No wonder I'm not feeling quite as nice today. Ugh. Excuse me there, Vic. Honest here. Yep. Perfect. But and that's the interesting thing because like we have kind of figured it out in that regard, and I do wonder how viable hydrogen would actually be because I like the idea of hydrogen just due to the fact that it's an infinitely renewable resource, and we figured out how to run engines off of it. But the downside of it, like you mentioned, is eating away at the metal. But that's why I personally think that a fuel cell electric is the way to go because you don't have to coat absolutely everything at that point, right? All you have to do is just coat the fuel tank mainly. But it's just one of these things, and look at me. Yeah, it's really smoky out there. Holy crap. Ugh. Hmm. Yeah, like I could see that being a problem, to be honest. But it's interesting because there are hydrogen fuel cell vehicles that are on the market. You know. Whoa. Press that. Um, sir, you're creating glare on the TV. You know that, right? Hey, you silly little shithead. Hi, buddy. Hi, sir. I got a kitty above my head. I got a kitty, on my lap, and that's creating glare, sir. But yeah. Hi, Rascal. What are you doing? What are you doing? Make sure I have everything that I can get. Performance. There we go. Yeah, well, I mean, the electrics, like for battery electrics, because yeah, we're having that issue with, power grids and stuff of them actually going down. and not being able to keep up with the demand of these electric cars, and it's just stupid. Like that's why I personally think that like we should be abandoning the electric car, like battery electric car movement that we're trying to do, and like all these lawmakers that are trying to go after it is just dumb. Okay, Rascal, there's already a cat in my lap. Like, you better not start a fight on my lap there, boys. And, ugh. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, it's true. But I mean, it's no different than like, because it's interesting, because like these battery electric, you know, vehicles, that like, how hot they actually get, because people don't realize this. Like batteries get super, 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 super hot in a vehicle. Um, at least when they're in a confined space like that with a bunch of other batteries in an enclosed area, where just like your regular just 12-volt battery isn't going to do that, but it is interesting that way. Like they produce so much heat. No, I didn't want that cop car to crash. God damn it! Please tell me that there's a cop nearby. Like, and that's something. I mean, for efficiency's sake, like it's something that I'd like to do with Stitch is so I actually have a connection to basically get a carbon fiber drive shaft built for my car for like $300. Which it would honestly make it so much better. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like, because and the one thing is like it's interesting that people don't realize like so electric cars like yeah they have a cooling pump. They also and so they use coolant in that regard. They also have oil and they need actual oil changes, not at the same intervals as our cars, but you know they do actually need oil changes, and it's actually a very expensive process because it uses a special type of oil. Oh. But yeah, sorry, I'm just a little focused here. Really? Hey, yeah, I don't want to lose you. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, obviously, like you know your shit. You know, I don't. I very rarely, when it comes to like the science and the maths and stuff like that, I never question you. Some of your car facts, where I know that you're wrong at times, I'll question that, but that's different. That's not the science about it. Oh, I definitely would be, yeah. Like learning all that, yeah, a lot. No, no, do I seriously really? There we go. Now I can lose cops. Yay. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, like exactly, and that's the one thing. Like, because with me, with some of the information I have, like, because we don't know everything, right? As a species, you know, we can't be the smartest things around. Like, we can know a ton, but there are times when we're wrong, and that's okay. But like, when it comes to the sciences and stuff, yeah, like I don't question you, obviously. Um, and sometimes, yeah, like when you hear something, you think it's right, but sometimes I can be wrong. Easy peasy. Oh, definitely am. I love this game. It is one of my favorites of all time. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the music going because of copyright reasons, but yeah, it's honestly I wanted to do another playthrough of this game, and I figured why not do it live? And it's just a lot of fun, and that way, I have my mind, I can chat with y'all, and I can also play the game at the same time. It's a win-win. Oh, exactly. Like, and there's so many people that they won't challenge bad information. Like, they'll think, oh, that's just correct, and they never really look into it. But and I have been privy to that, but like now, I'm a person that will look it up. Like, if I think I'm right, I will look it up at that very moment to see if I was wrong or not. And it's one of those things. It's kind of like the weird things that I deal with my cars, and the people that tell me different things about my car. When I tell them that is false, I've actually lived with this car with this engine. I kind of know how it works at this point. I've daily driven an inline six. Like, as an example, I was talking with somebody the other day, and they said, "Oh, in your Capri, all you need to do is go to a electric fan and change the thermostat, and you wouldn't have any issues with overheating again." And I said, "No, that is false. That tiny rad makes it so bad, especially it being bent too. That doesn't help at all in the Capri." Because I dealt with the same issues until I went to the big rad in my car, and then that just fixed everything. The only thing that I still contend with at times is because I don't have a fan shroud, it can get a little hotter in that regard. But that's not replacing the actual fan, because I've looked into, I might have better cooling with a electric fan, but from something of a big performance bump, it's not really the case, because both of my cars running their shit, um, running the plastic non-clutch fans, it doesn't really take much to turn that at all. Where I've looked into it, and to be honest, to run the electric motor, it would actually take more power than what it takes to actually turn that plastic fan the way it is. Because again, it's a small plastic fan that doesn't weigh anything. So that's why it actually works, you know, in this application. And it's interesting because it's the only Fox body, to my knowledge, or sorry, the only engine within a Fox body that did not have either a, because four cylinders almost exclusively, and some V6s had these electric fans that weren't really that efficient, but they were electric fans. In the 80s and into the early 90s. I have a couple of them. I have one that works. The other one, I'm not sure if it does, but I never really tested it. I think it worked, but I can't remember if it did or not. But yeah, to be honest, and like, because I looked at adapting that electric fan into Stitch, and I just can't, anyways. And then I looked into because of just it's too big to begin with. But you know, because the only thing that it would make a difference with via fuel economy is due to the fact that, you know, I could turn the fan on and off, but it still has to spin that pulley regardless. So there's that. And the pulley weighs more than the fan does, so it's not that much of a difference. Come on, come on, come on. Yes! Just passed him at the end. Woo, that was close. Woo. Yeah, I don't care either. Welcome back. I was just talking about actually, like, because something when you went away there, because there is a 99% of the time this is true. So if you go to an electric fan on 99% of engines, it actually will gain a little bit of power, and it'll also gain fuel economy. And also cooling abilities are also better as well. However, on my inline sixes, they work a little differently, just due to the fact that they are a non-clutch fan and they're a plastic fan that weighs basically nothing. The parasitic loss with the turning that extra little bit is not much. Now, don't get me wrong. I could actually gain a little bit of power when it's not on. But when it's actually on, it actually takes a decent amount of amperage, and it does hamper, you know, how much power you're actually making. So it's one of these interesting things. And like the inline six Fox bodies are the only ones that didn't either have a clutch fan or an electric fan from the factory. They're also the only ones that didn't have a fan shroud. So there's that too. But and I don't understand why they didn't have a fan shroud for them. It made no sense to me. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it's one of these things where like I could see actually like going down the highway, because yeah, when I'm going down the highway, I don't really need the fan. It's only when I'm like in the city and stuff like that. So if I actually had it on a switch and just remember to flick that switch when I'm in the city and stuff like that, it would actually help like on the highway. But if I'm like racing and stuff like that, no, I'd want that fan on. And so it's really just a negative. But now if it was a clutch fan or a metal flex fan, that's different. Those weigh a lot more, so it actually makes more sense. Because there was somebody that was trying to tell me yesterday that the issues I have with the Capri and it's potentially overheating. Oh, you got to be kidding me, right? Oh, because I hit that cop car, I lose the race. God damn it! But because he tried to tell me that if I just went to an electric fan, it would alleviate any of the cooling issues I had with the car. And I said, I called him out immediately on that because I'm like, no, I have dailied these with this tiny ass rad in them, and no, the radiator and not having a fan shroud is the difference. That's all the difference. And if I was making a bunch of power, you know, an electric fan would actually be more useful, but it's just, kind of funny. Yeah, you can do that too. It's a thermostatic switch. Um, that like you can do it that way too. But also, like an electric fan is not as reliable as just a flex fan, because a flex fan actually, has um. Sorry, as my mind just blanks there for a moment. Fuck, what was I even just talking about? Like, I mean, obviously the fan, flex fan, electric fan. I lost my wavelength. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I know. I've looked into it, to be honest. Because when I was going to put the electric fan out of my other parts car that I had, because I still have the fan in my shed. Um, plus I have another fan too that is on my parts car that I own now. But I was looking into actually doing that, and then when I looked into it more, I realized, well, A, it's not going to fit because of this big ass rad that I have, but then B, it's just going to take more power to actually run that than spinning that simple little flex fan. So that's good. Because that's one thing that people don't realize so as well, is it's like spinning the fan pulley, like it still needs to spin that pulley. You can't just delete it because it's not a serpentine setup. It's a it's a V-boat. But and it's just and it's interesting of how, like, you know of like how different engines run and stuff like that, like because something that I was told is, oh, just swap it for a 302. A 302 runs cooler. No, the 200 inline six, like a 302 actually can get quite hot. You know, I owned one for a while. I would know that. The inline sixes actually, when you actually upgrade the cooling system, they actually run really cool. They're amazing. But a 302 with an upgraded cooling system runs hotter than the inline six does. So it's just, it's more surface area for the coolant to actually get to, right? You know, going through two separate heads and stuff like that rather than one single head, and et cetera, et cetera. Um, and that's just one of those little things. And yeah, and like I challenged him, and he's like, oh well, I've built these motors. I'm going, yeah, if you've built it, okay, that's one thing, but mine aren't built. They're stock engines. Like there's nothing internally done to the engines, so running an electric fan just doesn't make any sense. Other than if you want to clean up the look a little bit, that's the only reason to do it. And you'd have to have like a custom pulley made that is extremely light for the fan pulley. Uh, Yeah, yeah, the mechanical fans definitely do pull more air. Like that's the one thing, and mine, because it's a non-clutch fan, it's running all the time. So, the only sucky thing about it running all the time is that it does take longer for the car to warm up. But, you know, that's whatever. If I have to spend an extra 5 minutes warming the car up versus, not, then that's okay. But it's a far more reliable system, and that fan, I'll never have a problem with those fans because they're, unless for I get into a crash and it takes it out or something like that. But the fan is the least of my worries if I'm in a crash. You know, yeah, well, exactly. And like in that, because in Stitch, I don't know what it is in the Capri, but in Stitch, I have a 195 thermostat, and I've thought about actually swapping it for a 205, just because of how cool the car actually runs with that rad. Because like that rad, it's big enough to run a big block off of. To be honest, like it's a 2.25 inch 3-core aluminum rad. It's way overkill for my setup, but it running cool like that, it actually runs better too. Because like where the Capri will run worse when it's warmed up because of how hot the engine's running. So again, it's one of those things that just people don't think about, right? And now like something with the Capri, because I don't know what thermostat is in it, and I've thought about pulling it apart and checking, but it works, so I'm not really complaining too much. Um, and the car like makes a decent amount of heat out of it, so like the Fox bodies never really cooked you with their heaters, but yeah, see, like on the gauge where it's because I don't have a proper, like Fox bodies don't have a proper temperature gauge. It just says normal on it, and then hot and cold. But like for reference, the Capri, when it's a warm day and you're at idle, just sitting at a light, you're well over half on it. And Stitch, you're like half to 3/4 on the gauge. Like it runs stupid hot with that stupid little rat in it. But Stitch, yeah, I'm like like under a quarter of the gauge, to be honest. And just because of again that giant rat I have in it. Now imagine if I put a fan shroud on it, it'd run even cooler. But then I'd risk though. The only thing that I'd risk with a fan shroud, with the current power that I make, is that it runs too cold, because that is a thing. And then that's where I'd go into an electric fan or go into a clutch fan at that point. But you know, so it's some things to really think about, right? Meow. Driving my Supra, going fast, racing Izzy and her RX-8. Excuse me, ma'am. Coming through. And yeah, and like and something Because when my Mustang had the V6 in it, that V6 actually ran really hot too. Um, and I can't. Yeah, it actually had a proper size rad in the car. Like it wasn't like a over like it was the same as a V8 rad. Because some of them actually had the same rad as what I have in the Capri. Because I was looking into that. Because my parts car, I was thinking, hey, you know what? This is a V6. It should have similar rad size to the V8. So I was just gonna take the V8 out of the parts car and put it into the Capri. And I have coolant, so it cost me nothing to do. But hey, Rascal, what did you drop? I don't know what he did. Let's see what you said. Hmm, not sure. Well, but there is a thing of running too cold though, right? Like, because if you run too cold, it's just never going to run quite right because it's never going to get up to proper operating temperature. But, you know, like, I don't know if I'd ever actually come across that with my engine, to be honest, like if I put a fan shroud on it. Because I think a V8 fan shroud would actually fit the car. And I could just get one out of the junkyard or actually get one. To be honest, I could get one actually from Keith's for free. So I just have to pull it myself. That's fine. Because I would honestly just have to measure it and see if it would fit or not. Because my rad is quite a bit bigger than a stock rad. So, but yeah, because that's something I'm definitely gonna do in the Capri. Because the Capri is just gonna get like a stock V8 style automatic rad in it, which I'll just take out of one of Keith's parts cars, to be honest. And actually, I know the one I'm gonna take it out of. It's the gray Capri he has, the bubble back. That's gonna go in it. I'm gonna take the fan shroud off that car as well and put it on the Capri. Because the Capri needs all the cooling it can get right now. Because especially like with how hot it runs, it actually runs like shit, to be honest, when it's at operating temperature too. And something else too, because if it keeps becoming a problem, like after I upgrade the cooling system and everything, and if it's still a problem of it running not as good as it could, I'm probably gonna do the 2-barrel conversion like I did on mine, like on my Mustang, because I have the parts to do that. Other than I might need to get a throttle cable, but other than that, I have everything else. Because I have the adapter plate and I have the carburetor obviously off of Stitch. And now the only thing with Stitch's old carb, that Motorcraft, is that I would have to probably rebuild the carb, or at the very least take it apart and clean it. At the very least. Yeah, well that's EFI with ECUs and stuff. With me, I'm running carburetor. It's different. Woo! But yeah, like from a hot rodder standpoint, like that's great. But from a daily driver standpoint, that sucks. Oh crap! I didn't get her car. Oh well. And if that's who I think it is. Yeah, I mean that's one way to do it.
I'll get you later.
No, please. On this computer. What does have it? This is. Oh no, this is not the right profile. Damn it. Do I have my other profile on here? Because I wanted to check something on Facebook, but I don't know if I have my profile on this computer and I don't remember my information. Oh, it does have the information on here, but is it the right password? Oh, it is. Cool. Yay. Why does it go back to this profile? What the hell? No, that's not what I asked. Stupid thing. Yeah, I'm trying to figure something out here. Yeah, okay, there, yes. Log in to that profile, not to that one. Why does it keep doing that? Freaking Facebook, man. So stupid. Okay. Try that. You piece of shit. Whatever. Screw it. I'll look at that later. Yeah, this is an old computer. Like, for reference, this is a computer from like 2011. This computer is like from 2009. I have the profiles on my other phones and stuff. Like, I have my profile on this phone, obviously, and I have it on my dad's new laptop. It's just not on these old ones because I don't use the. I mean, it's probably on this laptop, this Lenovo, but this Lenovo is a piece of crap, so I don't use it. Because like this Lenovo laptop has one of the worst processors that AMD ever produced. It has the AMD E1 processor. Like, it is horrible. So slow. The HP has an i3 that's like a Gen 2, I think. Yeah. Well, the thing is, these computers aren't bad. It's just they're old. Like, they're very old computers. Like, my dad's newer laptop, like yeah, it has an i5 that is, I think, like a Gen 4 or Gen 5 i5. You know, and it's actually not a bad little laptop. But these, like I said, are, you know, quite old laptops. Yeah, they're both dual core, but that's about all they got going for them. It's again, it's not much. I'd have to look. Well, let's look, because the Lenovo, I can't find where I put the power cord for this thing, because again, I haven't used it in forever. But let's look up the specs of this HP, because it's an HP 2000 series. You know, it had Windows 7 on it. It still has Windows 7. Yeah, they still work. Why wouldn't they? They're just kind of slow, but they still work. Whoops, I didn't mean to go internet. No, I meant to go to here and go to my computer. It's funny, it wants to do an update on this computer, and it's like, why? Yeah, computer. Try and remember, because I'm used to Windows 10, not Windows 7, and it's a little different. Oh, here we go. I have 4 gigs of RAM on this one. You're like a $2,000 laptop. Like this laptop, brand new, was maybe about $500. The Lenovo was, I think, like $300. The Lenovo is terrible though. You know, let's see. Computer. Oh, I don't want that. I want my computer. My computer. Again, I don't remember Windows 7. It's been so long since I've used Windows 7 to find stuff on here. Plans for documents and stuff. Oh, system information is right there. There we go. Never mind. I'm an idiot. There we go. So this has a Intel i3 processor at 2.53 gigahertz, which, you know, was actually pretty good for its time. And it has 4 gigs of RAM. So, which is not much. And, you know, like, it still works and everything. And and what's interesting, because this can actually be, supposedly, like this is saying, I can actually upgrade this to I can upgrade this to actually 10 gigs, but I think that would have to be an external thing for a laptop, because it's hard to Oh, that's fun. You know, but like the like laptops in the past were built a lot better than what, you know, some modern ones are. And like, and these two are a great example of that. Because like, even though this Lenovo was not a good laptop when it came out, it still works. Like if I found the cord and plugged it in, it would still work. I don't know where I put the cord, because it's not the same as like, sadly, I can't use the same cord as this HP. You know, Come on, keep following me there, Mr. Copper. Yeah, more than likely. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, to be honest, I know a lot of laptops, if they have expandable memory, it's literally you have to do it through USB. But, like this one, I might. I don't know for sure. But it's not really worth doing because it's just an old laptop that we don't really care about. Because like my dad replaced his laptop with his. Can't remember what his new one is, but. Oh shit! 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 Run! Zoom! No! 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 Don't box me in. Screw you. There we go. Yay! That was close. Ah, come on. Stop oversteering, you damn Supra. There we go. Ah, okay. See, I actually didn't know, like, to be honest. Because yeah, like I've never tried using the USB expandable memory, so I had like no idea, or for RAM, I should say. But you know, just like what I've heard. That's all. So, because I've never been one that has modded computers, because I never have. Like, my dad has done more to mod computers, and which is not much. He in one of our old desktops, he upgraded the RAM, but it wasn't to anything that's you know not much. Uh, um, okay, there's a copper here. Yay! I didn't want to lose cops yet. Oh, hi, copper. In your GTO, which I want to know the police agency that would actually use a Pontiac GTO as their interceptor. Because not that it would actually be a great interceptor. Don't get me wrong, with the 6 liter and all that stuff, but it's would be kind of a pricey interceptor, so comparatively to like a Mustang or something like that. There we go. Now I can evade the coppers. Meow. Come here, Mr. Copper. Come on. Good boy. All right, check it out. Yay. Oh, God damn it, there's another cop here. Leave me alone. I want to evade you now. Oh yeah, like so actually, because I can grab it now, because my dad upgraded the RAM on one of our old computers, like I mentioned, still have the original RAM from that computer, and it's in a case that says a different size of RAM, but I think I still have it up here. Right? Is it up here, or did they get chucked finally? No, there it is. Oh. So this, so there's this old RAM here that we just have lying around because my dad kept it, and I don't know why he kept it. He should have just chucked it, to be honest. But this is from OCZ Technology, and actually, was this ever opened? It may not have been. Yeah, actually, no. My dad never did replace the RAM. So this puppy right here, this is 256 megabytes of RAM. 256. Because I thought this was the old one, but I don't think it is. This looks like it's never been opened. Yeah, like, yeah, this has never been opened. This has never been used. So yeah, right here, I am holding 256 megabytes of RAM. Like, I don't even think it's DDR2. I think this is like, you know, DDR1. It's ancient. It's a pacer, it says on it, but like it's never been, like, you can tell this has never been used. At least I don't think so. It's got some dust on it, but that's it. Because all it says on the sticker here is 256 megabytes UNB PC 3200 CL3. That's what it says on it. And then like there's a serial number and a pin number, but that's it. And like there's a sticker on the back, you know. But that's just a barcode with a number. But yeah, this RAM, the sticker price, yeah, exactly. Like it's ancient, right? Now the sticker price on this RAM was $69.99, so $70 for 256 megabytes of RAM. Like it's just how far we've come. Like, and that's the one thing, because I don't know why my dad kept that. It was just in a box and we found it. Yeah, CL3. Yeah, see, I'm not as good with computers when it comes to like knowing that sort of thing, but that's funny. Like I knew it was really old because looking at it, you can tell. Like they don't make packaging like that anymore for RAM. You know, it just doesn't quite look like that. Yeah, did all those? Yep. Now into race. It's just, you know, just really funny. And like, and sometimes, you know, just around here, you never know what you're gonna find. It's like really freaking old like that. and I think the computer that was initially going to be put into was me and my brother's computer, because we had this little desktop, very old thing that well, it could connect to the internet. It was very rudimentary internet, like not what you think now. It couldn't do a lot of things on the internet, to be honest. Like, it could just do basic things, mostly like chat rooms, and you could download some, old Flash games, but that was basically it. There we go. Finally won that one. Still using the same old DDR2 and DDR3. So like last year. Wow. Because I know we're up to like what, DDR5 now when it comes to at least that style. For like the newest stuff, anyways. Ah, fair enough. But yeah, because like the computer that was supposed to go into, it was, because I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm sure you remember them actually. The giant sort of tan cases that they used to put computers into. It was a computer like that, and like I said, me and my brother only used it for like, because all it could really do was chat rooms, and we could download like cheap Flash games on it. That was it. It would not do anything else. And this is like, pre Facebook, pre MySpace, even existed with that computer when we had it. And we didn't have it very long. Like, I think we only owned it for like 2 years. Yeah, I mean, there's still some stuff from back in the day that still actually holds up. It's just a lot of it doesn't, though. But if you paid like through the nose for some really good stuff, then yeah, it'd still be really good. But it just depends. Excuse me, Mr. RX-7. Meep. Super superior. Sucker. Meow. Oh crap, I could have went through the shortcut. Damn it. Smash. Ah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, that, and depending on what year, for like $1,200, like that was a lot of money. You know, because like now, like a $1,200 computer, it's still really good, but it's not what it was back then, obviously. Because like equivalency, depending on when, that could have been like over $3,000. Whee! No, I rolled it. Shit. Shit. I'm gonna have to restart because I can't rubber band. Damn it! Fuck, I was doing so good in that race too. Then I rolled it. Meow. Oh, and about the year 2000. So yeah, that's probably close to around $2,000, maybe $2,500 now, give or take. Yeah, like, and it's funny because like my mom bought me that Lenovo laptop. Like I think it was like, yeah, about circa 2009, 2010. Um, and the one thing is with that laptop, like she claimed that she knew a lot about computers when she got me this laptop, and it was just like a birthday present. But later on, did I figure out that yeah, that's like the worst processor that AMD ever made. Like it's just really bad. Like not only was it just like a not very good processor, but also like it ran at like 1.9 gigahertz or something like that. Like it's bad. Fuck, I keep losing. Oh yeah, like that's the one thing. Laptops are inferior to desktops. Like that's a given. You know, desktops you can fit more in there, and it doesn't have to be specific to laptop specs because laptop it has to fit into a confined space. Where I mean, the only thing you're limited on with a computer is the size of your case, like of a desktop. Right? Like, and obviously, like your certain power supplies and whatever else, but you know what I mean? Like, just your basic thing is like, okay, for size wise, you got to fit it all into this whatever case you choose. So, and you can get like a giant ass case and fit whatever you wanted in there. So, like if you really wanted to, it's just that sort of thing. And it's cheaper to build a desktop than it is to buy a laptop. you know, like I prefer laptops just because, you know, for convenience for me. But you know, I own a desktop, which I mean, as we know, is not a very amazing desktop. It was for its time, but not no more. Like, not that it was a very expensive desktop when it was made, but you know, it has like a i5, but it's like a Gen 1 i5 or Gen 2, and it doesn't really, you know, it's not really that good. And you can't really do much with it. No, 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 no. Go, 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 go. No, I don't want to lose this race again. Come on. Please, get in front of that fucking RX-7. Come on, break, break, break. No! Yes! Yes! He pressed the brakes for some reason! Yes! Yes! I didn't think he was going to. I thought I was about to lose that race. Fuck. So that would have been 3 times in a row. Oh. Yeah, like laptops are definitely way inferior compared to desktops, and you know, and I wish it wasn't the case. Like I wish, you know, that you could actually like upgrade your laptop, but it's their way of going, hey, guess what? When this gets old, you're just gonna have to buy a new one instead of upgrading it because buying a new one is more expensive. That's the problem with laptops. But I mean, like, to be honest, like this HP laptop, it's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Um, Other than like the fan will make a bit of a really bad noise from time to time, but you know, you could effectively take it apart, replace the fan, and it'd be a perfectly fine laptop. It's just not fast because again, it was made in like 2012. So, but you know, you can still like keep up with like Facebook and watch YouTube videos on it and stuff. But that's about it. Like you're not gaming on it. Like I remember actually, because World of Tanks did actually one of the reasons why I have that desktop down there is because like when I used to play World of Tanks all the time, they did an update where basically this HP was done. It could not keep up to it at all. It was really bad. Or no, maybe that was the Lenovo couldn't keep up. I can't remember. It was one of these two. Um, and like the HP, you know, it wasn't running like that well with Roll of Tanks. You know, I was running maybe 12 to 14 frames a second. It was really bad. But you know, as it came to, you know, later on, like I get this one down here, and you know, I'm lucky if I'm running 30 frames a second. This is on like minimum graphics, or less than minimum because I actually customized it so that it's less than minimum. And true, that is the same with cars nowadays. Like new cars suck. Like that's why when I said, and I have this troll in the Dark Horses Mustang Club actually. That's a, you know, it's a club I'm a part of, and the people in there overall are actually pretty good. But there is this clown that keeps trying to troll me because like over 2 things that I did. So for one, that I cut my you know, that I got rid of the originality of my Mustang and put cup holders in it, and he's like obsessed with that. And then now he is obsessed because after he got over that, it's still kind of a joke in the Dark Horse Mustang Club. But now his whole thing is I said in a live stream, or maybe it was in a video, I can't remember, that old cars are more reliable than new cars. And I put a little bit of an asterisk on that because, like, he didn't understand what I meant by that because he just thought, like, blanket reliability when that's not always the case. But it depends on what your definition of reliable is. Because for me, it's being able to jump in it and go, and like you might have to tinker with it from time to time, but that's it. You know, to me, that's reliability. And if it takes a couple of tries to start it at times, it takes a couple of tries. Like that's where we're at, and that's fine. Like I don't really, again, to me, that's still reliable. If it doesn't start on the first try, but it still starts every time, that's still reliable in my eyes. But for him, yeah, he's just like, oh no, that's unreliable. I'm like, you're an idiot. Because I'd much rather take a couple of tries to start my car if I need to. It's not all the time that I have to, but sometimes I do. It's a carburation thing, right? Over my car deciding to brick itself because of one simple sensor that I can't replace on the side of the road. Well, exactly. Like, and that's the one thing because when people try and say like on TikTok especially, I get trolls on TikTok constantly. Like, if I go live on TikTok, I actually have to ban about 50 people per live. It's really toxic, to be honest. But there's, and even like with TikTok comments of people saying, hey, like my cars are like pieces of shit and whatever, and that, or there was one guy that tried to flex that, oh, you're too poor like to own a truck. And I just replied, like I replied with a video saying, I actually do own a truck. I just don't care to drive it. I own these two Fox bodies and I find them much more fun to drive. When I drive by, people give me thumbs up. People offer to buy my vehicle. Nobody gives a crap about my 2004 Dodge Dakota. Basically, it's the gist of what I said in the video, right? And that video has like over 3,000 views on it and quite a few likes, and I've gained quite a few followers off that one video. And I keep getting these troll comments, and that's the one thing that I like about TikTok in a sense, that you can actually reply to comments via videos. And I wish YouTube would actually do that. Because I would do that on YouTube too. If I get a troll comment, I would do that. And the reason why I actually reply to these troll comments, it has nothing to do with explaining myself at all. No, it's making more content so that I get more interaction with the algorithm, and more interaction means more follows, means more comments, means more likes. Oh, I missed that fly, damn it. But like, and this troll that I have in the Dark Horses Mustang Club, he actually drives a Mustang Mach-E, that electric SUV. So, and he tries to call my cars, unreliable and terrible. It's like, dude, you drive an electric car that in 10 years is gonna need $30,000 worth of work. Just saying. Where my car, I could fully restore Stitch if I did all the work myself for like $5,000. Yeah, well, pretty soon these flies will all be dead and they'll be wonderful. Like, we haven't had flies in here like all summer, then all of a sudden we got flies in here. It's like, what the hell? What the hell? My controller was bugging out there. That was weird. Strange. And like, and it's interesting because, like, for me, because and I also explained to him of like that if you think your car is good for the environment, think again. Electric cars are terrible for the environment because, like, and this is the one thing that nobody ever thinks about either, because the average lifespan of an electric car's batteries is about 10 years, and it takes for your average electric vehicle to meet the emissions that a um, internal combustion engine vehicle makes is 160,000 kilometers. Well, that electric, let's just say, and 160,000 kilometers is 100,000 miles. So, or technically, yeah, actually, no, it is exact. And so, okay, so you have that, right? And, whoa, Buddy, there we go. So, in that 160,000 kilometers, because most vehicles do on average about around 15,000 kilometers a year. Some of these electric cars aren't going to do quite that because they're not really suited for, going on road trips on. But regardless, if you decide to road trip your electric car, you're going to put on some mileage on it. And it'll just take you a lot longer because you have to keep stopping all the time. But, where I can drive a full 8 hours and only have to stop twice. And for like 10 minutes at a time. And that's mostly just to eat and to fill up my car. But so let's say you do 15,000. So 15,000 kilometers a year over 10 years is 150,000 kilometers on it. So in essence, that 160,000 kilometers that it takes for it to recoup, your batteries are going to be either done or pretty close to needing to be replaced. So how is that exactly better for the environment? Like, even just from that point of view, right there. And that's not inaccurate, because like I've seen electric cars that are needing new batteries, and sometimes even sooner than 10 years. Sometimes it's only like 5 years. And especially here in Canada and parts of the northern states, to where it gets really cold, because those cold cycles on those batteries are really going to affect their longevity too. So there's all this different stuff, and like here in Canada, because like they're trying to say, hey, by 2030, the internal combustion engine will no longer, you're no longer allowed to make internal combustion engine vehicles, which by then a lot of these electric cars are going to need new freaking batteries, and it's going to cost 20 to 30 grand to replace said batteries. It's just ridiculous, or more. And stuff like the Hummer EV, not that that's really, even though it's electric, it's not really pushing the way for the electric movement, because it's a Hummer after all. But that if it wanted to meet the emissions of an ICE vehicle, it needs to do, I think it's like 260,000 kilometers, because of how many more batteries it has and how much bigger it is and all this different stuff. It's hilarious, actually. But and that's the one thing, because anybody that buys a Hummer, they're not buying it because it's electric. They're buying it because it's a status symbol. That's all you're doing. I don't think anybody gives a crap that it's electric, other than maybe Arnold Schwarzenegger, because he actually converted his H1 into an electric car years ago. But like, that's the one thing I don't necessarily hate on electric cars like some people do. I only hate on electric cars because like the cars themselves I don't hate. It's the mentality around them is what I hate, and how much they're being forced onto us is what I hate. it's interesting actually, and to be honest, with thermodynamics, actually that makes sense. To do it that way, yeah, and I wonder why. Because I mean, as well, like, because something that because it isn't just the cars going down the road either that burst into flame. At times, or when they get into a crash, at times it's actually when they're being charged up because they're just running so hot anyways, and they're not able to properly cool themselves. Because like they have coolers and stuff, but sometimes they just don't keep up. And also, if there's a flaw in the manufacturing process, and let's say, because actually um, I was watching some of the real mechanics reaction channel that Donut Media actually they put out these videos, but they have their own channel just specifically for these reaction videos from these mechanics, and it's very entertaining and stuff. But the one thing is like what the one female mechanic said in one of the episodes I watched today was that yeah, actually had a problem with one time of dealing with uh, a battery or like um, electric, an electric car battery that was not that basically in the manufacturing process they accidentally left a bolt in between the cells. So what happens when that piece of metal that is not insulated at all, it superheats itself and it starts a fire. So, like it's a big problem to be honest, and like you have to be like super super careful with it. Like batteries are volatile. Even like a 12-volt battery is a volatile thing. It's nowhere near as bad as thousands of like 100-volt batteries, but yeah, and lithium fires are like the worst because it's almost impossible to put out a lithium fire. Um, just due to the way it burns. I mean, it's no different than if you're actually dealing with like a methane fire as an example, because methane you can't really see when it's on fire, right? Or at least I think it's methane. Might be methane. Um, but you have to be under like black light to basically see the fire from it. So it's and you can't put it out with straight water. Like you have to use different things. It's similar in that aspect, but you know, at least you can actually put that fire out with the lithium fires. Yeah, those batteries will just keep reigniting, 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 and a lot of firefighting agencies do not have because they actually do make an extinguisher that is specifically designed for electric vehicle fires. But a lot of, like I said, fire agencies don't have these extinguishers yet. So that's a problem. And like to put out the fires, like you have to basically what they do, they just submerge it under a bunch of water and for like sometimes as much as 3 months. See, that's pretty cool actually, that you were able to adapt that into keyboards. Yeah, man. Hey, that is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, that is awesome. You know what? Like, it's always fun to do a Need for Speed sort of marathon. I don't have a lot of the games. Like, I have Hot Pursuit 2, I have Underground 2, I have Most Wanted, and Carbon. I don't have the original Underground, and I don't have Hot Pursuit 1. So, but other than that, like they're like super fun games. Like to me, this was the peak of Need for Speed, in my opinion. Some people think that it peaked at Underground 2, and I don't think so, only because this game doesn't pigeonhole you into customizing your car in a way you don't want to customize it. Where Underground 2 did. Underground 2 makes, like, because of the whole style points thing with doing the photo shoots in that game, it became a problem that way, right? For me, anyways. I still enjoy the game, but it's just I didn't like that it did that to you. True. The tuning in Underground 2, I will admit, is the best. And um oh yeah, like and Carbon definitely was a downgrade to Most Wanted. Like still like you mentioned, a good game, but it just wasn't. Yeah, it just wasn't as good as this. Um, like the graphics I find were worse because it's all like at nighttime and stuff like that, and PS2 just didn't do very well with nighttime graphics. So there's that. Because like yeah, I'm playing it on the PS2 here, and which I may have said in the title, I can't remember. But and Shane said that he's more of a Forza guy. Well, the one thing is, because Forza made some really good games back in the day, but they're in a similar position that Need for Speed is now, to where Forza peaked at like Motorsport like 3, basically, and Motorsport 2, Motorsport 3. That was their peak, and then they haven't made a good game since. Oh yeah, like Gran Turismo 2, yeah, like the Gran Turismo games were really good up to 4. Um and 4 was the peak. Some people will say 3, but I think 4 was just better. It just it added everything that was good about 3 and just amplified it, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think that was their idea, and it just didn't work out as well as they had planned. But I mean, that's fine. Like I still like Carbon. Like after I do this, like after I'm done with this, I might go to Carbon. But the one thing I'm gonna do with this is because I'm not only gonna do the story, I want to do all of the challenge series as well. Which the challenge series is very difficult in this game. Um, like, and even if you have the Black Edition, like I do here, there was the Black Edition challenge, which was one of the toughest challenges ever put into a video game. Period. Like, you're in a stock 67 Camaro, and you have Corvettes and police SUVs chasing you, and you have to last like 8 minutes in the pursuit and then evade. It's one of the most difficult challenges of all time. Oh, Undercover was not. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't like really good either. So I owned Undercover for a little bit, a time. The one thing that sucked though is that because it had an online portion of the game, but if you wanted to go online and you customized your car, EA in their infinite wisdom decided, oh hey, you want to do that? Well, guess what? Nobody can see the custom vinyls you did on your car online. It was the dumbest thing. And the gameplay wasn't, as good as this by far. Because I think Undercover came out. Was that the installment after Carbon? So I had it on PS3, I think, but I don't remember, to be honest. It's been so long. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, it really did. And Burnout Paradise was absolutely amazing. I loved that game. And I'm so glad they remastered it, but I never did get the remastered version. And I mean, I can imagine the servers are probably dead by now, even on the remaster. But, that was, yeah, like, to me, that was the best one. Because even though, like, Burnout Revenge and Burnout 2 were really good games, but Paradise just took everything good about those and amplified it. Like, there were some elements that they did get rid of from, like, Burnout Revenge as an example, but, whoa. Yeah, across the stage challenge. Woo! Didn't mean to hit that SUV, but hey, it worked out in my favor. The one thing is, like, I don't have the music on, but also, like, the music soundtrack for this game was the best for any game, period. Nothing matched the soundtrack for this game. Like, Gran Turismo 4 was really good too for that, but soundtrack was just way better than this. It introduced me to my favorite band now, which is Disturbed. You also had like Alexis on Fire in here, and you had some other ones too. It's just like really good music. But oh, hang on 1 second. I need to plug my phone in here because I need to steal it from the other phone that is recording the gameplay footage. Hang on, Saber. Just give me one moment, buddy. Yeah, because that's at 46. That's good enough. My other phone's at 15, so it needs it. There you go, buddy. There you go. There, just lay down. Lay back down. It's all good. See? There you go. Well, I mean, the one thing is, because Burnout Paradise, it was crazy, and it was so much fun. Now, because even like the online portion of the game was really good too, and the DLCs were all really good for it as well. Because it wasn't just the DLCs weren't just adding cars to the game, but rather it was adding a bunch of other stuff. Like it added one of the DLCs actually added a whole new area to go explore. It was really awesome. And some of the DLCs were fun because, like some of the car DLCs. Oh my god, he just hit a freaking gas station. God damn it. I'm not trying to evade the police. How could you run into the gas station on me like that? Bro! Okay, there's a cop up here. Yay. Come on, GTO. Come get me. I'm just in a Toyota Supra. You should be able to catch me. I mean, there's that, but that doesn't really bother me because, you know, like, depending on what you want. And still, like, Burnout was still very much, hey, no physics at all. Like, because this is an arcadey element, but Burnout was too. Oh, shit. Shit, 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 shit. That was close. No. Hey, where's the cop? There he is. Again, I don't want to evade you yet. Get your ass back here. But on the flip side, though, is at least with this game, Carbon not as much, but with Most Wanted, the police element was had the issue that because if you had too many strikes on your car, it would actually get impounded, and you couldn't get it out of impound. You were done. That car was done at that point. So you had to be very, very careful when it came to that, to getting arrested in this game. So there are, you know, elements like that to it. But like I said, it's still arcadey, which Burnout definitely was too. And like I don't mind an arcade element to the game, like, you know, instead of real physics. But I still want, like, I would still love if EA decided that they were going to do either 2 bundles or 1 single bundle to where they would remaster Underground and Underground 2 as well as Most Wanted and Carbon, right? Remaster those 4, have them in 2 separate sets, or have them as 1 single bundle that costs like $100. They'd sell like hotcakes. Whoa. Oh, there we go. Finally, another roadblock. Yay. There we go. Now I can evade the police because I got all my milestones. Yeehaw! And actually, I want to recline my chair. There we go. A little more comfy. Let's find the hidey holes. Shit. To be honest, I don't know. Like, it's one of these things. My YouTube streams typically don't get a lot of people, and I wish it did, but you know, it's just one of these things. And like, I'm not like a huge channel. I do have a decent following of 3,400 subscribers, but a lot of them aren't here for my live streams. And like, I wish, because I don't do these lives like gaming that often. This is only like I think my 4th ever one. Because I did a live stream a little while back where I was playing Need for Speed Pro Street, which I think that was the last of the good Need for Speeds. Because I still think this is the peak, but Pro Street was still good too. It's just a different vibe though to that game. And I do like that they added like wheelie competitions and drifting and stuff like that to that game. Oh shit! No, I did not mean to crash into the front of his car. Ah, run away! No, 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 no. Woo! So, and that's the one thing. Like the police element to this game gives it's a real challenge. Because the police aren't like they're kind of dumb, but they're not like really stupid in this game. And I like that. And I'm gonna run into another cop again. I'm trying to evade. God damn it! But honestly, I just try and have fun, and we just vibe in here as much as we can. And like now, if I was doing this on TikTok, like I'd have the music going for this, but because this is YouTube, I don't want to have copyright issues because music playing in the background. So, but yeah, and my setup here, it's very simple. I'm literally, playing on my PS2 that's hooked up to my TV. I have my old phone on a tripod that is recording the TV, and then I have my other phone right beside me here that is, recording my face. It's, just a simple little setup this way. Go, 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 go. Just evade. Whoa, whoa, no, no, no. I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time since I played it. Because like the interesting part about Undercover is that you were actually an undercover cop in that game. But you still, were in police chases and stuff like that, and the story wasn't really that bad. The online element to it sucked, but it's one of these things. I'm really trying to remember because it has been probably 10 or so years since I played that game. I only did maybe like 2 playthroughs through it, and then I just wasn't enjoying it as much. But I've thought about picking it up again to see, was I wrong about the game? Was it as bad as I remember it, or is it actually a pretty good game? Because that's the one thing. Like sometimes when you're younger and you try and play a game, because like bear in mind, I'm only 27 years old, right? When I played that game, I was in my teens, so there's that. Because I got it as a Christmas gift one year. That I do remember, and I remember the case art being really good, actually. Okay. So I mean, yeah, like and the one thing is, because I mean, you said you never played Burnout Paradise. Because like if you have like a PS3 or like an Xbox 360, you could always get the game. Unfortunately, like the servers have shut down for the online element, but the story of the game is still really good. And it's cheap. Like you could probably pick up a copy of that for like $15, to be honest. Now they have remastered it for PS4 and the Xbone, but it's a little more expensive for that copy though. But they remastered it. I think it was like 2 years ago, and I meant to buy it because I wanted to experience that again. And I do wonder, because Burnout Paradise was really good, but it's another one of those. If I played it now, would I enjoy it as much as I enjoyed it as a kid? Because I spent a long time playing that game, just like I spent a long time playing Midnight Club Los Angeles, and I realized that going back to Midnight Club LA, it wasn't as good as what I remember. It's not like it's a bad game, but it's just not as fun as I remember it. Oh, come on. No! Damn it. Ah, okay, fair enough. Actually, it's funny because that you mention a Need for Speed on computers. Because now the one thing is what sucks, because if you have the discs for the games, if you don't have the product key, you're screwed for these games on PC. Because welcome to EA, they're really stupid that way. It's like I have this copy of Pro Street on my laptop here, and yet I can't play it because I don't have the product key. It's sad. Like, and I wish I could. But like, I have Pro Street. I actually have 2 copies of Pro Street that are actually quite unique. Which where did I put those? They're over here. So what's interesting is because I asked my dad for my birthday this year, because I don't really ask for much for my birthday, but you know, I asked for a copy of Need for Speed Pro Street on the PS3. Now what's funny is he bought me 2 separate ones. He didn't realize he did because he ordered this one first, and it didn't come in. It wasn't going to come in for my birthday, so just like okay. So then he got me this one off of Amazon. The thing is, though, this copy is a North American copy. Like you can see the case, right? It shows E for everyone right there. But this copy here is a European copy. This one came from the UK. And so like the art is all the same on the both of them, but some of the things around it are different. And I have wondered if I put it into the system, would it actually want to download a separate update file because it is the European copy? And I just haven't done that yet. I've been meaning to. I just haven't. Yeah, see that yeah, that definitely sucks. Because now, I mean, with the internet and everything, and if you don't have any money, you can just pirate it off the internet. And I don't think anybody gets upset if you pirate, EA games, because EA is just evil entity now. Like EA back in, when they made these, they were not an evil entity. They were actually quite good. They weren't just buying companies just to dissolve them because they didn't want competition, like they do now. And they're not forcing studios to do different things that they don't want to do. Like in EA, they won't give us what we want. I wish they would, because I would buy a remastered copy on my PS4 of this game, 100%. Because while the PS2 controller is, kind of nice, the problem is the controls suck because the controller is not ergonomic at all. So, I'm holding down X to drive the entire time, but my thumb is getting quite sore doing this because I've been doing this for over 3 hours. Because actually, I'm at 4 hours on the stream now. Holy crap! No, no, shit. No, am I gonna lose this race again? No! Damn it! Boo Reigns! Okay, I gotta drive cleaner in this race, and then I can win it. But yeah, because like I'm thinking of like when I can, because I want to do these streams of old racing games. Like I'm thinking of starting up a new sort of save of Gran Turismo 4 and doing that as well. That stream will take a long time, very long time, and whether or not I can still race in that game because it's a lot different than what I remember, to be honest, for the physics and stuff. Oh yeah, like it's it's one of these things, and like I don't know how that back in the day that I was able to do this and not really have any issues. Because I remember having some issues because I learned a finger exercise that helps. Basically, like if you're gonna play any of these games with a old PlayStation controller like this, is like an exercise that I learned is to do this, right? It stretches out your finger muscles, and it will alleviate your thumb actually if you do it long enough. And I can already feel it actually working. I can't remember how I found this out, but I remember because I played my PS2 to death. So, and it's interesting because I actually have three PS2s. I have one fat PS2 that I need to fix the power ribbon cord on, and then I've got two slims. But I'm currently using my silver slim because I just like the silver more over the black. Ah, there we go. That's a little better. Still not perfect, but it does a little bit. It's not like hey, it's going to fix it. It doesn't. The only thing that it fixes it is stopping for the night and stuff like that. Which, I mean, I don't know how much longer I'll be on for because eventually that phone's gonna die, and this phone's not really charging all that fast because I'm using it at the moment. So, like, it's not gonna be terribly long before I actually sign off here, but I will do more of these streams. Um, and like a lot of my streams are not gaming; they're just me chatting about cars and stuff. And, yay! Finally won! Yay! Woo! It's about time. That took forever. Oh my god. But yeah, there's definitely more. Like, because I never had a PSP. I wanted a PSP, but I never got one when I was younger. It's just one of these things. Because like, and if I'm not, just live chatting with y'all on the stream, I'm, you know, either working on my Fox bodies or driving said Fox bodies, to be honest. You see, it's funny because I got a PS3. Now I never asked for a PSP though. I always wanted one, but I never asked my parents for one. Because otherwise, I probably would have gotten a PSP. But ooh, there we go. 152 mile an hour. Oh, that's right. That's something I meant to do. Crap, I gotta wait till Tuesday for that. Like, and I had one of the last backwards compatible PS3s as well. I wish I still had it. Because if I still had the backwards compatible PS3, I wouldn't be playing this on the PS2, I'll tell you that. I'd be playing this on the PS3 with a PS3 controller. Ah. I go, winner, winner. Ow, that hurt. Ah. Okay, no, I want minimum. There we go. But yeah, it's just one of these things. And because I'm not sure. Yeah, see, I don't understand that at all with people like when they are like that. Because, like, although it is funny because I remember being banned from playing Grand Theft Auto when I was like really young, like this is when I was like 8 or 9 years old, to be honest. This would have been Grand Theft Auto 3 or Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I don't remember. But basically, because I didn't know back then of like how morally wrong this was. But again, it's Grand Theft Auto. You play it to just have fun, and you know, it's that sort of thing. But basically, apparently, I had a baseball bat and I was beating the crap out of a hooker apparently, and my brother said, "Hey, she doesn't have money. Stop hitting her." And my dad walked in and saw me just beating up this dead hooker for more money. And he said, "Yeah, no, that's enough. You're not playing this anymore." Just, you know, just times of my youth, which is just so funny. Because yeah, like it is interesting of people that think that the video games like influence us in that way, and where like for the odd few it might, but you know, like these games, I mean, it did help me to become an automotive enthusiast. Don't get me wrong. um, but it's I never played like a Call of Duty and went, I want to shoot people and join the army. No, I never played Grand Theft Auto and be like, I want to steal a car and shoot up people. No, you just play it and decompress and enjoy yourself, or at least try to. Yeah, I mean, because Counter Strike was only on PAC, and I never had a really good PC growing up. So I could never really play Counter Strike, and I didn't really know about it, to be honest, until honestly when I found Soviet Womble on YouTube. Which would have been probably, I don't even know how long ago that was, maybe 9-10 years ago. But and again, like I never, like I had this little, so that at the time I would have had this Lenovo laptop here, which this laptop is terrible. This laptop has the dreaded AMD E1 processor. It was AMD's like probably worst processor they ever made. It only did 1.9 gigahertz, I believe. It may have been 1.7. Like I can't really remember, but it was just really bad. And like it had a tough time running RuneScape because my mom got me this laptop because I played a lot of RuneScape. So, and it worked for that for a little while, but after quite a while, just the laptop got old and it wasn't really keeping up with it too much. But that's one thing with like RuneScape, it didn't take almost anything to run it because it was, an online sort of service game that you didn't need to download. Now you download it, but back then it was just on the browser, which was awesome. Oh yeah. Okay, you're from Romania. That's cool. I live in Canada, so but yeah, that's really neat. And to be honest, like, I'm not surprised that those were popular over there because they were popular over here. It's just I didn't learn about Counter Strike till much later. And like I've never played Counter Strike. Like I've looked at it and it looks interesting, but I don't know. I don't like the aspect of like that you're shooting from the hip all the time. It's just not really my vibe. If I'm gonna play a shooter, I'd like to aim down sights more. Like I know you could with snipers and stuff, but that was about it. And he only had like a handful of maps on it. And it looks like it would have just gotten like very, very repetitive especially when you didn't have respawning either. So that's why I didn't really give it a try. But compared to Call of Duty, where a little different vibe. Doop doop doo. But now here's a question for you, because okay, so you played all these racing games growing up, and you still like those racing games to this day. Do you happen to be a car enthusiast? And ah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I forgot that that was part of the communist bloc that way, and because now was Romania part of the USSR, or was it just a separate country? Because I don't remember. I apologize. That just happened to be communist. That's the one thing. Like growing up, I mean, we didn't really hear about Romania very much. So. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Steady as she goes, steady as she goes. Whoa. No. Yeah, I can understand that. When you live live a certain way for your entire life, and then that changes, whether it's actually where objectively it's better, some people just don't like change, and so as a result of that, yeah, I that makes more sense, to be honest. And it was probably a lot more commonplace of you know parents not allowing, like for video games and stuff like that, to be honest, that does make sense. Um, I know that's sad, because I mean, obviously, like where here, like there were those came in separated from us. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, this is that does make sense, to be honest. And yeah, because like in here. Oh, rascal! No, 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 no! Not on the carpet! Not on the carpet! Not on the carpet! Rascal! 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 If you're gonna have a hairball. Oh, damn it, cat! Hi, Saber. Hi, big fat cat. Ugh. There we go. I'll clean that up later. Sorry, rascal. I just did not want you puking on the carpet. If you're gonna have a hairball, do it where it's easier to clean up. Eh? Hey, buddy. Oh. I mean, that. Wow. I didn't expect to read that. Because I was like, where did Shane go? Because, he just disappeared out of the blue, and he usually doesn't do that. If you're going to leave, you'd say, hey, I'll be right back, or whatever. So I'm assuming you heard the news of that. Jeez. There we go. Yay. Oh no! He wasn't. It was just on the carpet, not carbon. Carpet. Yeah, I managed to get him to where he did the hairball over there, which I should clean. Like I'm gonna clean it up. It's just. Oh wait, it's nicer to clean up when it's not super fresh because it's kind of disgusting cleaning it up fresh. Let's see. Yeah, I can do that one. Sure, why not? But actually, because yeah, I got distracted there. Because Quantum, actually, do you happen to be a car enthusiast by chance? And if so, do you have a cool car or a car that you're proud of owning? If not, that's cool too. It's no big deal. But figured I'd ask. Hi, Saber. Hi, bud. Oh, do you need food? Hey, do you boys need food? Yeah, looks like you do. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. I need to feed my cats really quick. I shall be right back. So, don't go anywhere. It won't take me long for this. Come on, Saber. Yeah, you can use some food. Here, buddy. And I can clean that up too. Hey, Saber. Hassle. Hang on. I got food for you guys. Right here. There you go. Oh, hey, Saber, eat out of your own dish. There you go. Oh, ribbon. There you go. Ah, that's so gross. You. So gross. Go. There we go. Powerade for myself too. There we go. And I am back. And let's see, did I miss anything in the chat? Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Hey, no worries. That's one of the things I figured I'd ask because for the most part, my channel is it's an automotive channel. Like I will do some of these gaming streams and stuff like that, but that's not a problem because like I'm a major car enthusiast. So is when you see VCMD Propulsions in the chat, he's a huge car enthusiast. He's actually a engineer, and like the stuff he's made is wild with cars. But for me, I'm a little simpler when it comes to my stuff because I don't have the skills that he does. But well, hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, because I mean, honestly, it is like because the vibe that you see here is my vibe in videos too. I this is just who I am, and I do enjoy it. And some of my videos can be a little dry at times, I will admit, but you know, and that's the one thing. Even if you watch my content and don't enjoy it, well, hey, whenever I'm live, you can come out. Yeah, see, I love to hear that because it's one of those things where so many people are just like what I call zombies, to where they're just so down all the time, and they're just not positive at all, and just like that's not what I want. For me, I love to be like this, and it brings me joy. So why not? And this is how I am, like majority of the time. There's only like a couple of videos that I have done where I haven't been as rambunctious as this, but that's mainly, I think it's about like two or three of them. Just when my convertible Mustang kept breaking down on me, and then there was the video when I got the Civic back here. I had a 1978 Honda Civic for a little while, and it actually got damaged in transit on the tow truck, and it just really sucked. And oh, I am rolling over. Whee! Okay. That was funny. I did not expect to roll over like that, but I did. And it's a thing. Ah, no, shit. Go, 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 go. Nitrous. I can't be in last because this is a lap knockout race. Yeah, and I mean, and yeah, because what's the point of faking a persona? Because when you meet people, they're they would see that and they'd be like, "You're a fake," and that's just sad. Because like my channel, it's not giant at all. It's a good size, and like I like the trajectory of my channel, but it's not like I have anything that's exploding. Like my top viewed video, I think, has over 20,000 views. But to be fair, that was this big junkyard that you don't see the likes of around. And, when you put it as a no crush yard that's over 40 acres of nothing but classic cars, people click on that. But, and I'll do junkyard tours every now and then, and they're fun. And that's the one thing, because you never know what you're going to find in the junkyard. And because sometimes I'm not even looking for stuff for myself. I just want to do that. Now, will I spin out again? Let's find out. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No, I rolled again. Whoa. Wee. Okay. That wasn't as spectacular as the last one. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I have been scammed before, and unfortunately, there was just the one time I got scammed on a car deal. It wasn't that long ago. This was maybe like 2 months ago. There was this convertible Mustang that looked like pretty legit, but they just had the wrong information in the ad. And the pictures looked legit. The information in the ad looked legit. And it was really amazing. Because usually scams you can tell a mile away, and this one, it wasn't giving me those vibes. It just sounded like like somebody that owned a car that didn't know what they were talking about. And yeah, now they only scammed $50 out of me. I don't know if they got anybody else, but and it sucked, but it is what it is. Oh, cool. Yay, I can now race Baron. But that's the one thing. Because if you actually get Baron's Cayman here, it can actually take you pretty much to the end of the game. It's pretty good. Like, you can actually, technically, you can even take your starter car all the way to the end of the game if you wanted to. And that was a nice element of this game. So, basically, I asked, like, hey, I can leave right now. It was in Red Deer. I was in Edmonton at the time. I asked, hey, can you hold this car for me? I am on my way right now. I would just hate for this to get sold from underneath me because I'm literally on the way right now, and I'm only about an hour away. Please. And well, he said, hey, with the $50 deposit, I can hold it. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Because I understand, like, even for me, I don't hold a vehicle unless if I have a deposit as well. So that was perfectly understandable. He gives me this address. I drive there, and lo and behold, it was a fake. The address he sent me, while it was a real address, it wasn't just wasn't real, and it was sad because it looked like a pretty nice car. It was a red 83 convertible Mustang with a 5-speed in it. It apparently had like what it said in the ad, had a new clutch and whatever else, and 5-liter, and it was only for like $1,500. I'm like, that's actually a really good deal. Oh, this is the one with that shit. No, 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 no. Oh god, no, no. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Ooh. Go, 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 go. Come on, Supra. Actually, I need a drink here. Yeah, it sucks, but it is what it is. Like, scammers will get you. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Yeah. See, for me, I've actually never been scammed from a deposit, to be honest. Every other time it has just been, like I've left a deposit and then went to go see it, and because for me, like, I will hold stuff with a deposit. I've done it multiple times. Like when I sold my Vruck, right? That thing, because the guy said, hey, I can't come to see it now, but could you hold it for me? I'm like, I can't hold it without some sort of a deposit because how people can be, and I don't know you, so that sort of thing. And it all worked out, with that, and it just took him a few months to actually come up with the cash and actually finally get the car, because there was just excuse after excuse after excuse from the guy, just because like his truck kept breaking down and all this different stuff, and it's just how it goes, right? Just the guy had very tough luck. And I expected that race to be harder than that, but now I have a drag race, which these are always a bitch. But that's the one thing. I'll always ask if people want me to hold something for them. I'll ask for a deposit. Like, I even say, like, it doesn't have to be a sizable deposit, but if the more it's deposited, the more I know that you're being serious, though. But I always say that if they send a deposit, it's a non-refundable deposit, whatever amount of money you give. So, and that way it gives them an incentive to okay, go grab it. But there's a lot of people that would scam in that instance, right? And it's sad. But you know, I have a reputation to uphold, so I'm not gonna do that. Hell no. And I was amazed. I didn't have any problems with that drag race. Sweet. Okay, now hopefully, come on, let's get that Cayman. Because that Cayman can take me basically to the end of the game. Because I think I know which marker it should be. Because it should be that one, right? Yes. Yeah, got the Cayman. Oh yeah. Hi, Saber. Hi, buddy. Second hand. Oh, so that's interesting because LPG. So that is it's because the one thing is we don't have LPG cars here. To be honest, like we had because I don't think that's the same as propane. It's a different gas. And just again, it's something we didn't have here. I don't really know much on the LPG vehicles, but I know like in Europe, it's actually quite popular. But if it's anything like propane, there's not really a danger to it. It's you know, just don't have open sparks or an open flame near it, and you're fine. Like, hi Saber, hi buddy. Hi Saber. Hey, do you want to say hi to the stream? No? You're just gonna lick my finger? Hey? But to be honest, like there shouldn't really be risks to driving that because, like, if the conversion was done properly, which a lot of them are, because actually I'd have to look. Let me just look up because what LPG actually is because I just top of my brain is just it's not hitting me at the moment. Because if it's the same as propane, then yeah, it's fine. You know, there can be problems with it, but oh, it's just, that's fine. A 2001 Golf that's like original, still like as long as it's been maintained and stuff like that, that's all that matters. Liquefied petroleum gas. Hang on, is that just gasoline that we call here? Man, let's look at this. Ah, okay, so yeah, it is. It's essentially like propane. Yeah, it's yeah. So I mean, to be honest, it's not really a big deal as long as it's been maintained properly. You're fine. Ah, fair enough. Um. Oh, there we go. My stream just glitched for a minute there. I saw that, but um. Ah, there we go. Perfect. But yeah, no, like in 2001, that's not even like a really old car to me because here's the thing. I daily drive two 1981 vehicles. No, why is it saying one guest here? Yeah, no, I know that. Okay, that was weird. But Yeah, so and my cars, they're both on just straight up gasoline as opposed to, LPG, but because yeah, LPG, like here we just call that on propane because it's essentially what that is. Just it's a little different concoction though, but it's similar. I mean, and that's one thing like that I do. I mean, like if any of my friends are buying a vehicle and if they want my opinion, I'll tell them. But like to be honest, yeah, like a car from 2001, especially like a Volkswagen Golf, yeah, that's fine. You know, like I wouldn't, I can't foresee any issues with that. Oh wait, do I have to do it this way? Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Parts. I want to change the size of those wheels. Yeah. Actually, that hood looks fine, and everything else on this car looks fine. I think, unless if there is a better body kit. Let's just look. Actually, I might like that more. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's great. There we go. But yeah, no, it's yeah, like I said, I wouldn't really have an issue like as long as like the car's been maintained properly and as long as there's not too much rust in it and that sort of thing. Like it because the age of a vehicle doesn't really have a major effect on stuff. It if it's been maintained, it's fine. Like my two cars, they weren't really maintained that well, but I'm mechanically inclined, so I fixed them myself. But and I understand not everybody either A wants to do that or B has the ability to do that. But yeah, I don't think he should have a problem. Like now, I mean, Volkswagens can be finicky, but it's not anything major. And that's actually like a decent year for the Golf as well. So yeah, I it might have problems in the future, but I nothing major, I would think. Meow. Yeah. Yes. Alrighty. Now, do I want to do a pursuit in this, or do I want to do it in the Supra? What are the milestones? Okay, I'll do that one in the Porsche, and then I'll do the other one. Oh yeah, like that. That's probably just a simple little sensor that went wrong or something like that. Like that. Yeah, again, that's all right. Like as long as it drives good and everything, and it doesn't have like a bunch of rust. You know, I can't really foresee too many issues with that. So yeah, no, that seems like it'd be a decent buy to be honest. And the fuel would be cheap because it's LPG, so, you know. Yeah, it was probably just a simple little sensor that, you know, Volkswagen has. They're very susceptible to that sort of thing. Yeah, actually, okay, let's. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Brain wasn't working there. Yeah, no, I honestly, that should be fine. I would think. Now I do want to build this one up, and then do that, and then do the pursuits stuffs. La la la. Woo. Oh, shit. But you know. Performance. Let's see, because I can't do that one. Nope. This one. Nope. What about this one? Nope. It's car made with bulbs. Oh, so okay. So I think what you're trying to say there is, so when you press the brake, like the pedal would pulsate a bit. If so, that's like warped brake rotors, or depending on the vehicle, brake drums. But I think both of those would have had like that Focus would have had brake discs all the way around, I believe. Unless if there was if they were different in Europe, but. Oh, sorry. I was just reading. I'm not really sure then what you were meaning. Apologies, but that's all good. It's not a big deal. Like, and yeah, because like rust is one of the main killers of vehicles. You know, like especially I live here in Canada, and rust just destroys vehicles so bad. I can imagine because Romania probably gets really cold too, and I can imagine you guys have good rust issues there as well. Oh, I do not. There we go. Okay, yay. Come on, come on. Hey, it's all good. So when he would take his, so when he take his foot off of the accelerator, it would pulsate. That could be a multitude of things, to be honest, but like who knows? Maybe the motor mounts were going or something like that, and because that could cause a shake like that too. Um, yeah, it could have been a multitude of things, to be honest. It's also hard to, you know, like through text to, you know, properly diagnose something that way too. I mean, it's a vehicle he doesn't have anymore, but No, why are you running away? No, 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 no. I'm not trying to resist arrest. I'm trying to find you guys again. There we go. Yay! Smash! Whew. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's one of these things, and because like there are a lot of like really terrible cars out there when it comes to just how they're maintained and the like, and with rust and who knows what else, right? It's just it's one of those things, and it sucks, but that's how it goes. Whee! Oh, did they really? Okay, good. There's another copper bed. Yay! Come here. I need to hit your car. Honestly, I just do the streams whenever I feel like it. Um, I don't have a lot going on during the day, so it can be absolutely random. I have been live on TikTok a lot more lately, but haven't really been gaming on there. Like I might do a gaming stream on TikTok, but TikTok is a little harder because of all the trolls and stuff like that to game that I really have to pay attention to the chat and get rid of all the idiots in chat. So, like, because yesterday I did a stream for, it was almost 2 hours on TikTok, and I banned approximately 50 people in that 2 hour span. Like, it was just brutal. Just with trolls and whatever else. But yeah, so. Because there are times as well, like, where I'm quite busy during the week, but it's not very often, but sometimes I am. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit, 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 shit. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. No, reverse, 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 reverse. Ooh, that was close. Woo. Yeah, I like it. Just it like TikTok can be a little rough. I will admit. Like I deal with a ton of trolls, and it gets me a lot more content on TikTok because I reply to their comments with videos and that sort of thing. But I don't get a lot of enjoyment from using TikTok though. It's just one of these things. Sometimes I have really good streams though. Like the other night, like this was like 2 or 3 nights ago, I had this stream that lasted like 3 or 4 hours, and it was a really good stream. It just had really good vibes, chatting cars and stuff, and it's really nice. But Still had the trolls in that chat too, but they didn't last near as long. Damn it. Okay. Okay, Roblox challenge. Yeah, okay, I have all the milestones done. Yeah, and you know, shit, I missed. No, I meant to hit that. Damn it. All right, that's fine. Hey, that's the one thing about my channel, you know, that I am here just to have fun mainly. But then the other side of it is, you know, when I'm not doing the streams anyways, is my videos. I want to have fun, help people when I can, and you know, and then document my vehicles. You know, and also I film other people's cars and collections as well. So I travel all across Alberta and filming other people's collections and as well as my own and going to car shows and that sort of thing. It's fun. I'm perpetually broke all the time, so I can't do it as often as I'd like, but you know, but I'm definitely glad to have you here because you are an awesome viewer because not only are you like enjoying the content, but what you're doing is being very constructive and awesome in the chat, and I love that. So thank you so much for joining the live, to be honest. Because yeah, and you know, like, and sometimes I will get, you know, really awesome people like yourselves that get recommended to my channel every now and then. And it's awesome because I have people who are non-automotive enthusiasts to follow my channel just because they like my vibes. I have gotten those messages every now and then from people reaching out that way. And yeah, because who knows? Yeah, you might pick up a thing or two, and you might pick up some skills as well. Because like I have quite a few videos on my channel. Like if you ever wanted to, you know, go check out some stuff, and if it's not your vibe, it's not your vibe. That's totally fine. But you know, because the videos can be a little different than the lives, I will admit a little bit, but just because like I have something planned to say in the video, um, where on here there's nothing planned, it's just off the cuff. Although my videos, I will admit, are off the cuff as well, but I do have a basic idea of what I want to talk about at the very least. Where here, I don't. Sir, you are so in the way. I'm in the middle of a race, and I had to pause because you are right in the way. Can you lay down? Can you lay down? That's not really laying down. That's flopping onto me this way. Hey, sir. Sir. Okay, I can make this work, I think. No! Ooh. Luckily, I used the speed breaker at that very moment because that would have been game over for that drag race. Woo! Hey, you're very welcome. To be honest, I will always, you know, I am not a person that will like. Sorry, trying to. Your cat seems to feel a need for speed. Yeah, like this is Rascal. He's 15 years old, and you know, he's just a rambunctious little shit. To be honest, I love him, but you know, he can be quite the little shithead. But like, I have another cat on my lap. He's Saber. He is 24 years old, and you know, he's just a very chill cat overall. Like he's just sleeping on my lap. Well, Rascal is, trying to get my attention here, but it's like, sir, can't you see I'm doing a live stream and playing the game? Okay? Can't you see that? And you're not really like laying down properly. You're just sitting here, kind of awkwardly. Hey, sir. Ugh. So something I gotta think about food soon too. Because it is. Oh my god, it's almost 9. Really? It's 8:30. Wow. It's amazing how fast 5 hours can go by. Who knows? This stream might beat my longest live stream. Maybe. I don't know. That's a tough call because that one was over 6 hours long. But damn it. Yeah, he is really that way. Like Saber, he's a little different, but Rascal himself, he is very much your typical cat in that regard. Because Saber will, just want to hang out with you and just sleep on your lap for hours on end. But Rascal, like he wants your attention all the time, and hey buddy, are you gonna lay down? Oh shoot, Rascal, you hit my thumb and you made me crash. That was rude. Quick, here we go. Turn. Nitrous. There we go. Can I jump? Yes, I can. Yay. No, don't flip, don't flip, don't flip. Yay. Don't do that either, but. Okay, Rascal, I don't think you're going to stay here, are you? Like, if so, because, I'm not going to lie, this is a little uncomfortable, you being here. Like, Saber's in a good spot. You are not. And I get you just want attention. I understand. Like I've been live for 5 hours. I get that. But sure. Okay, bye. Yay. I was released from the clutches of the cat. Still the other cat, but he's been with me just about the entire live stream, so he's just very chill. Okay. Bye, Rascal. Meow. Yeah, I don't know why I'm using that when I have this. Yeah, because I do need to do that. Sorry, I'm just thinking of other stuff. Oh, here we go. You're also into computer stuff since middle school, you think? Hey, that's really cool. To be honest, I was into computers for a while, and then I realized how complicated computers can actually be, and then I stopped. And because I've always been into cars, but I didn't really know much of the mechanics of cars until I started working on mine back in 2019. So because I am fully self-taught for any of my knowledge and skills I've just picked up throughout the years of figuring it out on my own, or I've asked people for help at times, but for the most part my cars have been completely rebuilt by me. But I mean, and that's the one thing, hey, that's great, to be honest. That's the way to live. um like, I will say, because cars, modern vehicles, like basically anything from about 2005 and up, can be quite complicated, to be honest, or even potentially a little further back than that too, just depending on the vehicle. But um and it's one of these things where, like, I deal with classic cars. Like, I own 281, like, two vehicles from 1981. I own a 1981 Fox body Mustang that happens to be a notchback, which a notchback is, so, like, the coupe. It's just a slang for coupe, to be honest. And well, my other car is a 1981 Mercury Capri, which, the one thing is, the Capri you guys had over there is not the same Capri that we had here, at least in the 80s. We did have the European style Capri through basically from about 1970 to 1978. And and I love my cars, and um they're both, like, not fast at all. Like, your average economy car will smoke both my cars, but that's fine. Yeah. And and I deal with carburetors over fuel injection. I just prefer it. Carburetors can be a little more finicky, depending, but that's fine. And they're fun, and because, like, and a lot of the stuff from my videos can be used on other more modern vehicles as well. That's the beauty of mechanics in general. um and, like, in some of the stories that I talk about whatever else, because, like, a lot of the time I am talking in front of my car about what's coming up next on the car, and what I found out about it, and that sort of thing, or as well, like, what's up next with the channel, and some updates that way, etc., etc. Oh, let's see. Can I get into the hiding spot before they get around the corner? That actually works. I didn't know that ever worked. That's cool. That is amazing. There was a, I don't know if you saw that, because again the stream is a little iffy, but I've never ever done that. So I was evading the cops there, right? And I came in here and I hid in, there was a hiding spot right here that you can actually do. And there was a cop that drove by, but I didn't realize that actually if you're in that specific hiding spot, that the cop actually won't see you, even though it's out in the open and there's no walls. That is wild. I never knew you could do that. That's so cool. Sorry. Getting back to this. Yeah, like my cars. So my Capri, I will admit I didn't do much of the work on the Capri, but my Mustang, it was always me involved in one way or another. There are some things I farmed out to the mechanic shop. Yeah, like there was the rear springs when they got replaced, and like I didn't do the steering rack in the car as an example. But most of the other stuff, like I did a full manual conversion on the car. So it was a 3-speed C4 automatic transmission. It is now a 5-speed Tremec T5 manual, 5-speed, which is just honestly so much fun, and that took quite a lot of custom work actually to get going. Like I have a full video of the full sort of conversion on that, and that took me and my buddy about 4 total days of working to actually get done. Whoa. Come on, come on, come on, come on, get a grip. There we go. So electric cars for me, they have a very big inherent problem. And electric cars as a whole, like, because the concept is great. Like when you think about it, oh hey, zero emissions and a lot of power and all this different stuff. It sounds amazing. However, when you actually look at the process of them being built, they pollute far more than what your average internal combustion engine vehicle does. Oh crap. I just lost. I didn't realize that phone was dying. Crap. Okay, now I've gotta set this up here. I'll still keep talking, but I need to fix this. I didn't realize it was dying. Shit. Okay. But basically, so the one thing is with electric cars that's really bad is that the way the batteries are made and harvested. So lithium batteries are actually how they're made is really bad. It's with strip mining. And strip mining, the one thing with that is when you're done with that area, it just destroys that area. And it actually takes a lot of emissions to actually extract those, and then the processing of it is really dumb. Hang on. I need to grab a cord really quick. I'll be right back. And then I'll continue to talk about that. All right, Saber. I'm right here. Hey, I'm right here. It's all good. Okay. Okay, plug it in. There we go. Okay, now this cord can be finicky, but hopefully I can make it work on here. Okay, it is working. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry. So, like I was talking about, so the problem with electric vehicles is the processing. So it's not only the strip mining that's the problem. It also has to do with the processing of the batteries. And the batteries, because basically the lithium and the cobalt and stuff like that is mined in a bunch of different areas. but majority of those batteries are sent to Japan to be not all of them, but a majority of those elements are sent to Japan to actually be made into these batteries. And so not only is it the emissions from the big trucks and everything mining this stuff, but it also the honestly the batteries before they get into your vehicle, they've gone around the globe, at least once, if not twice. So that's a bit of a problem, at least mileage wise. So then you have that, and then it's sent out to the factories to where it's put into cars, right? So you have all of that, and so while it's supposed to be a solution, like where it's supposed to be a solution to combat, uh, you know, climate change, but in reality, it doesn't really work that way because so it takes on average 160,000 kilometers or 100,000 miles, because I'm not sure if Romania is in kilometers or miles, but regardless, for that electric car to meet the emissions of internal combustion engine vehicle, otherwise known as ICE vehicle. So your average vehicle does about 150,000, or sorry, it's not that wrong. Your average vehicle does about 15,000 kilometers a year, at least here in Canada. It might be a little different over there in Europe, but regardless, it seems to be about the average, give or take. So let's just do it for here, right? And so batteries on average for electric cars last, give or take, about 10 years. So let's just put it out there. So it meets the emission of an internal combustion engine at 160,000 kilometers, but it needs new batteries, which also cost about $30,000 to $40,000 to replace those batteries every about 10 years or so, which at that point it's only done approximately 150,000 kilometers on it. Now that's not always the case. Sometimes the batteries last longer than that, but that seems to be around the average of that the batteries last is about 10 years, give or take. So it is in kilometers. Okay, I wasn't sure. So I know that a lot of the European countries, like a lot of them are kilometers, but some of them are in miles. So I can't keep track of which one's which. Yeah, and the one thing is because like here in Canada, yeah, they've actually put out the same sort of thing as the European Union, except it's by 2030 rather than 2032. And there's big issues to you know that actually working out. Yes, I want to turn on the phone now. Thank you. There we go. No worries. Yeah, because I think here it's 2030, but it might be 2035 too. I can't remember. But so you have all those issues. Not only those issues, but also if you live in a colder climate, which I mean, Romania can get cold. The thing is, batteries won't last near as long. So it's been seen actually here that batteries when it's cold out like that, and electric cars can have like half the range that they typically do, and that's just kind of sad. So there's that aspect to it as well, and there's also the issue of disposing of the batteries once they can no longer be recycled, because there comes a point where the batteries can no longer be recycled. We're getting better at it. Like I think we're at like 85% efficiency with that, but you still have to get rid of those batteries. And well, how long, do you have to No, I didn't mean to get out of that shit. So yeah, there's just all these problems, and especially if you get into a crash, batteries, those lithium batteries tend to light on fire. The reason being is those batteries are already running really hot. Like if you've ever like held your phone and whatever else like that, notice how hot it gets when you're like charging it and stuff like that. Those batteries can get extremely hot, and that's kind of a problem too. So when they catch on fire, it is very, very difficult to actually put out said fire. Um, and that is a major problem. So, it's one of these deals of, again, that's just another strike against electric vehicles. There we go. Do that. Add to stream. There we go. All right, now I'm back. So again, it's just there's too many black marks against it. Now, like we do have some other things that we could pursue. Like there is potentially methane gas in whole. That could work. Because it is zero emissions as well, and you can convert any vehicle to it, and it's great. You can also use it as a power source for your electric motor. Yeah, see, and I do have an issue with that too. Because like eventually those buses, like in 10 to 15 years time, like they're gonna need new batteries, and at that point you're just gonna replace those buses again. Where the life cycle of buses used to be 20 or so years, now we're like halving that because we're going to electric. So which that's a problem, right? And like I will say I'm not exactly against electric vehicles, because some people will say that, and I'm like, no, I'm actually not. I'm against forcing us into these electric vehicles, though. That's what I'm against, because we do have other things that we can invest in, like hydrogen. We could invest in, methane as well. That could work. Even propane actually works pretty good too. Although propane isn't zero emissions, but it's still better emissions than what an internal combustion engine puts out. But methane is zero, as well as hydrogen is zero. And hydrogen is the only thing that we have that is technically an infinitely renewable resource. Because these batteries are definitely not infinitely renewable. Eventually, we're going to run out of those. So, but as well, like we're not going to be completely eliminating batteries from vehicles, of course, right? You always have to have some sort of a battery in the vehicle, no matter what. So you come across that as well, and we're always going to have some sort of waste from vehicles. That's a given. But being forced into this is really dumb, and lawmakers haven't really done their research properly. Because actually, one of the greatest minds that we have in the automotive world is Christian von Koenigsegg. Now, Christian von Koenigsegg is the creator of Koenigsegg, the amazing super and hypercars that they've been making since the 90s. Like, he even said that it's a problem, and especially with like electrical grids and stuff like that can't keep up. Because as an example, in California, they have planned blackouts because the power grid can't keep up to their demands as it is. Now imagine if everybody was driving electric cars. That power grid wouldn't even exist. Because they didn't upgrade it when they should have, and that's their own fault, but regardless, they're in that position, right? So there's all that too. Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, like this is just a smokescreen. And Like, actually, a company that has already fought back against this is one of the companies that is actually investing in hydrogen fuel cells, and that is Toyota. Toyota makes a vehicle called the Toyota Mirai, I believe it's called. Maybe it's a Furai. I can't remember for sure. But it is a fully hydrogen fuel cell electric car. And that, to me, is the future. Because I understand internal combustion is not the way of the future. I understand. That's fine. But, battery electric is not the answer, though. And we shouldn't just be outlawing, the sales of new internal combustion engine vehicles. Like, at all. We just shouldn't. Because there are some companies that also, they don't have the capacity to really make electric cars. And they also don't want to. Like, some of these boutique sort of car companies out there that might make, 300 cars a year, they can't invest the hundreds of millions of dollars that it takes to actually, do that, right? So there lies another problem. And that's the one thing. Like, I always try to be open-minded in my arguments if it is, if it's an argument that makes sense. Because there are other arguments that I've had, and just like, no, you're just being an idiot, and that doesn't make any sense at all. But like with this one, there is some validity to it. Because, like I mentioned, with a fuel cell vehicle, that's the way of the future. Yeah, see, and that doesn't surprise me because you guys are going to come across the same issue. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if here where I live in Alberta, that they might do similar things, even though we have been upgrading our electrical system through the entire time. But once there's that many more electric cars, that becomes a major issue. So, it's one of these things. Like, and I can, like, and where I live, because of how open the space is, an electric car doesn't make sense where I currently live. So I live in a small town called Sundre, Alberta. If you want to look on a map, you can find it. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. And the one thing is, there are many of these little towns that are all throughout Alberta. Where I currently live, there's only a population of around 3,000 people. And an electric car doesn't make sense if you're going to be traveling all the time. And that's the one thing. If you want to do anything here, and if you want to even get like cheaper groceries as an example, I have to drive 40 minutes, give or take. Well, I should say I have to drive 80-kilometer round trip just to get cheaper groceries. Because I can get groceries here in town, but they're just expensive. And it actually, if I buy enough, it actually makes more sense to go out to Olds than it does to buy them here. So, there's that sort of thing as well. So electric cars for that, just it doesn't make sense. If you are in a big metropolis city and you can plug your car in everywhere you stop, then that makes a little more sense. But if you're out here in the boonies, no, they just don't. We do have a couple of electric cars here in Sundre, which it blows my mind to see any electric cars out here, to be honest. But just, again, because we don't have the infrastructure for electric cars here. But, because we don't, like, if you want a supercharger, I think the closest place is, like, Airdrie, which is over an hour away. So, you have that problem. Yeah, we'll see. And the one thing is, because, like, the news can be, depending on where you are, because, the news can be bad. It can be fake at times, depending on the publication and, again, where you are. Like, as an example, Russia, you can't trust anything that comes out of Russian media. It's just, there's an agenda with, Russia, with Putin and stuff, that it's just not going to be accurate. But, for the most part here, you don't really have that problem. There are publications that you do question, but for the most part, it's, that's not really fake. And that's the one thing of, and I get if people lived under communist rule that they wouldn't believe it. And that makes perfect sense, to be honest. And there's no way you can get that out of their head um, that way if they did. Because, like, you grow up and you spend, like, your entire life under communist rule, and then all of a sudden, it changes. And even, because you said it was 19, I can't remember, you said 80 something. I apologize, I forget. But, that is, even though we are, coming on 40 years or so past that, it's still a long time to have lived. Say you were born in, the 50s or the 60s, right? That's still 20 years of your life, 30 years of your life that you grew up with that. So it takes some getting used to, right? 1989, that's what it was. I couldn't remember. So yeah. So, but I mean, regardless, my argument still stands at that point, right? And it is just one of those things where that'd be a hard stigma to break. Because, like, I couldn't imagine living under communist rule, to be honest, because, we never had that problem here. Even though some people like to say that, oh, hey, we're going towards a communist dictatorship, and I'm like, you're an idiot. The liberals may be stupid, but they're not that. They do some things that are communist-y, but they're not communist, because that's different. And communism as a whole, like, it's a great concept. It's just very flawed in the end, especially with a dictator, because that's usually how a communism goes, is with a dictatorship. So that's one of those things that it just, can be a problem. And, like, and it's just funny because of the people here, because especially here in Alberta, like, we're very conservative here in Alberta. Like, we have liberal pockets, but for the most part, it's conservative. And to me, I lie somewhere in the middle, between liberal and conservative, to be honest. It's just depending on the policies and stuff like that. Because now, like, the conservative steer, as an example, they are very, far right wing, while liberals are much closer to far left wing. So it gets a little complicated. Where before they used to both lie somewhere along the middle, and now it's, the other ways, and it's just, yeah, it's not as good. Politics sucks. Yeah, oh, for sure. That's just one of those things. No, no, Earl. No, 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 no. Aha, sucker. Okay, come on, break. There we go. Yes, perfect. And now turn. Now turn. Perfect. Yeah, nor could I. Like, that's the one thing, and, like, and I, because, like, I'm lucky. I was born here in Canada, and there was never even the thought of that. Where, at least where you are, like, even though you were born, 8 years after, you went into capitalism, there's still potentially that thought in your head of, like, that could happen because we're not really far removed from that, right? So there's that. Perfect. Yeah, and and it's just, and it is sad for anybody that lives under a dictatorship. Like I couldn't imagine how it is, because it's a totally different ideology and stuff, and it's you don't really have a say and everything. I mean, depending. I mean, here you can also not have a say to a certain degree as well, and that's kind of bad. But it just depends on what it is. Like as an example, because like I mentioned, I'm somewhere in the middle when it comes to liberal and conservative things. But like the one thing is that the conservative, or that the liberals did, because they're currently in power in the country, and they have been for the past 7 or so years. Um, the the one thing is, during COVID, when they weren't really allowed to meet up to make laws and stuff like that, they silently passed this one law that was banning a bunch of guns. Which, you look at this list, and a lot of it didn't even make sense, because there was a lot of like airsoft guns on there and the like as well, which just again made no sense. And even like if you really look deep at that banned guns list, there's even coffee on that list because it's named after an AK-47. It's just so dumb because again they didn't do their research. Um, and it's really really silly, and because like we already have strict gun laws, we don't need to absolutely ban guns outright. Especially like there's some guns, as an example, guns that use a 50 BMG round, which that is a 50 caliber round, such as like the Barrett 50 cal and something like that. They banned any weapon that uses that. When I'm like, okay, you dumbass liberals, nobody's going to use that to like go on a mass murdering spree. It makes no sense to use it because it's so impractical. It's a gun that weighs like 30 pounds and that's bigger than you. Like, again, it's stuff like that that just didn't make any sense. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Because it's no different than if you look at, so Germany as an example. When Hitler came into power, right? He actually, before he went completely insane, because he did go completely insane. Um, I don't have to remind you of what all happened there. The the thing is, he actually made it so that Germany was very prosperous, and the people there actually had a way better way of life, and it was really good. And then, of course, as the war drug on and stuff like that, it got really bad, and we don't talk about that part of it. But actually, that's the only part we talk about. Uh, yeah, see, and that's the thing, because like communism, as if you if you think about the concept of communism, it actually kind of makes sense, but it just doesn't work in reality, because a dictator has too much power, and that's the problem with a dictatorship. So, and that's why, like, even though, because like even Hitler, like he became a dictator in that country, even though he was against communism, but he was a fascist, which fascism is even worse than communism. So, but yeah, it's just, and unfortunately, like power gets to people's heads, and then it just doesn't work out at all for anybody involved, because eventually communism falls. And even though like Russia, it's interesting because they're in a bit of a predicament on the world stage, as we know. Um, because like while they are, hey, they have elections and whatnot, but we all know it's straight up capitalism. It's just, they have some things that are, they have, as an example, like McDonald's and stuff like that over there. But even if they're called something else now because of the sanctions, but you know. Actually, I want to swap the wheels. Hang on a second. I just want to make those smaller. That's not 17s. There we go. But yeah, and like, because and that's the one thing, because like I'm sure as you were young, like if you lived under communist rule when you were young, it probably didn't seem as bad. It's when you're an adult that you notice all the issues with communism, right? Okay. Okay. Like, and I'm obviously not an advocate for communism, God no. Like, as a concept, it sounds great, but realistically, you're oppressed, and that's the problem with that. And it's sad that anybody would have to live through oppression like that. And it's funny, like, we have like protesters here in Canada that think, that we're under a dictatorship, and I'm like, you're an idiot, like, because it's just, that's not the case at all. There are some things that are communist like, but as a whole, just no. I mean, actually, so um depending on that, to be honest, like with the Nazis, they had like really good social programs, and if you couldn't work, then you were actually taken care of, to be honest. But if you happen to be black, gay, Jewish, that was a problem. you know, so like we don't. Yeah, it's it's just one of those things. Like life for Germans under Hitler, at least in the beginning, like I mentioned, was really good for them, but then it became really bad because of the oppression that Hitler decided he wanted to do, and because he went insane, like literally went insane. Okay, come on, come on, my car. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, cop. There we go. That counted. There we go. If you don't have knowledge. Wow, that's yeah. It's like you read that and it's like, hey, that's awesome, that's awesome, that's oh wait a minute. Wow. Yeah, good old communism. Oh shit. Hi, Saber. Do you want to pick up? Here, bud. Come here, buddy. Saber, where are you going? What? You have food. You have water. What do you want? Here, bud. No, I don't know what you want. Unless you want me to go to bed, which it's only 9 o'clock. Like, we don't go to bed this early, dude. You know this. Smash. So, you know, like that's the one thing because a lot of like content creators shy away from politics and stuff like that, but it depends on the politics for me. Like, I don't mind having a debate with people or just chatting about politics in general. It just depends on what it is because sometimes it can be a bit of a shit show, but I don't understand like if you're having a good conversation like this, but oh hey, no worries. I definitely appreciate you coming out, and you know, it's been a really good live stream with you in it. Because for a while, it's just like I was just playing here like by myself and wasn't getting a lot of interaction, and then you've been here for quite a while, and I definitely appreciate you coming out. So thank you so much. Um, this is who knows? I might actually beat my longest live stream. Um, like for me, it's basically 9:30 at night, so quite a bit different on the time zones, but yeah, no worries. Yeah, I hope you have a fantabulous day, and yeah, hope to see you in comments and video and live streams soon. Later. No, don't evade, don't evade, don't evade. Yeah, you're very welcome. And like I said, I enjoy conversations like that. It's great. So, um, yeah, like I don't know how much longer I'll be on for. It depends how much interaction I have in the chat, but so it might end soon because I should cook myself some food and stuff. But yeah, that's how it goes. So you too. Take care of yourself, and I'll catch you next time. Peace. Come on. Get, no. Get, oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, that worked out. Yay. Well, it's not even Roblox, it's that. Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay, there we go. Yay, another copper. Yay. Smash. Meow. So for anybody that's here, because I know that there's one viewer, hi, my name is Katarina. I am an automotive enthusiast. I happen to own a couple of Fox bodies, both from 1981. One is a 1981 Ford Mustang. The other one is a 1981 Mercury Capri. Both of them are equipped with a 200 inline six. I have done quite a bit of work to my Mustang, but the Capri hasn't had much done to it. To be honest, it's mostly stock. It just has just emissions delete and a MagnaFlow muffler on it. That's about it. Well, the Mustang actually has a T5 manual swap, has an 8.8 with 355s, and has a Holley 2-barrel carb on it instead of the Autolite 1-barrel. Just a way better carburetor overall, and it's one I can actually tune a bit better. So, am currently just playing some Need for Speed Most Wanted on the PS2, and just having a good time, to be honest. And well, this is a mostly automotive chat. We can chat about just about anything, to be honest. I don't shy away from many topics, so you know, if you have a question or if you have something you want to talk about, you have something you want to ask, feel free. I am an open book. Well, for the most part. Excuse me. Don't. Yeah, don't evade from me, coppers. I need you still in the pursuit. Hi, Saber. You want up? There we go. For a block. Perfect. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. There we go. Go. Yeah. Okay, Saber, what do you want? You want up? You want up, Eve? Here. Here, sir. Oh, there we go. See, and this is my cat, Saber. He is 24 years old, and he's a big fat cat. Obviously, he's old, and, but he's a good kid. Overall, Hi, sir. You want to lay down? Ow, 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 ow. Thank you. Sorry. My cat's claws are a little sharp, like especially his back claws, and I have a difficult time cutting his back claws, so they can dig into my skin, especially when I'm wearing shorts. But hi, buddy. I love you. Yeah, I love you. No? Well, thank you. Give me some kisses. Yeah. You're a good boy. Yeah. You're a good boy. And again, I'm not trying to evade you yet. Oh, didn't mean to take him out. Shit. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Whee! Meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ah. Damn, this is a long pursuit. 15 minutes. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. I just don't know what to talk about because I mean I've been live for 6 hours, which it's been a long time since I've had a stream quite this long. In fact, I think it's been about a year. My longest stream, I think I went for over 6.5 hours, which I don't know if we'll break that today, but we'll see. You know, it's kind of hard with no interaction in the chat, but at the same time, it's, you know, when I'm able to, like I'm obviously I'm able to play the game at the same time, so it's not so bad. But you know, smash. Come on, get away, get away. There we go. Perfect. Oh, finally, condition 4. Yay, that took forever. Wouldn't have thought that would have taken 16 minutes to get to condition 4, but here we are. And here's that damn chopper. You know, condition 5 with the chopper, that's when it gets sketchy because the chopper will actually attempt to take you out. Ooh, yep, just avoid that because now that's spike strips. There we go, that's 1. And then now, because the one thing is, now the chopper is on me, I probably won't evade the police before the backup comes along, so that's fine. I just want to, you know, evade the 1 more spike strip, and then I can hopefully try to evade the police. We shall see. Oh, there we go. There's a cop car. Dip out into the city. See if I can evade. Ooh. Wow, that was one long pursuit. Holy crap. It was 17 minutes. That's the one thing, because I can actually check. What is my longest live stream? Because I can load it up on the computer. On the computer. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I remember my password for this. Just check something here. Let's go to, let's just click on this, but we're not actually going to watch my live here. Just going to click on my channel. I want to check something. Live. Popular. There we go. My longest live is 6 hours and 11 minutes, and we are at 6 hours and 5. Oh, we're gonna beat this. No problem here. Although I am going to. Yeah, I can't believe that video has 557 views on it. I don't know what I'm at with this one. Oh, even my Streamlabs video actually has 381 views. That's cool for the live stream. Yeah, I can't remember that. Shoot, that's fine. But I will be ending the stream pretty soon here. Although there's something I want to check really quick. So it is going to change the. It is going to interfere with us just a tad, but that's okay. Oh yeah, that is him. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's get back to the thing. And actually, I'm gonna make. Yeah, there we go. Apologies. Actually, I'm gonna make myself some food here because I am hungry, and I definitely want to beat my live my longest live record. So that's what we're shooting for here because it's only 6 hours 11 minutes. So I'm at 6:05, 6:07 now. So almost 6:08. So yeah, no, we're definitely gonna beat that, and it's gonna be fantastic. And I hope that people did enjoy watching this, and like playing the game. It's a little different than what I normally do, but I've done these a couple of times, and they've always been fun. It's just figuring it out of how people like them and stuff like that. And when the right people come along, the right conversations, it makes it a fantastic live. So we shall see. But yeah, I'm going to. I think I'm just gonna make myself some KD, to be honest. But I actually have some. Because the one thing is, when you're live for this long, you're definitely gonna need food. That's how it goes. So, yeah. So I'm going to make myself some KD. I had some couple of grilled cheeses earlier. That's all I've had to eat all day, to be honest. So, it's a good idea to eat something else. Which do I have another pot, or do I have to clean? Oh yeah, no, I've got one there. Perfecto. And then I just need to clean the other thing, which is in there, I think. Yeah. All right, so before it was Katarina's Garage Gaming. Now it's Katarina's Garage Cooking. Not that I have any viewers right now, but that's fine. It's totally good. It happens. It's all good. Like, especially when you do a stream for this long, you never know how many people you're gonna get. And to be honest, like peak concurrence during the stream hasn't been like a lot, but that's fine. You know, it happens. Like I do these just for fun. I don't really make any money off these, so you know, because I do this to talk to fans, and I gained a new subscriber from this, which is awesome. Usually, I lose subscribers from doing these lives, which I don't get because it's you get my vibe except for live. It's great. You can ask me questions and stuff. It's fantastic. Like, how could you not? But some people just don't, and that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna judge, obviously, because why would I do that? But Okay, I need to wash these things. Okay. Sorry, brain's just not working here. There we go. That's a better light. No backlighting that way. Perfect. Interesting one. Don't you ever say I just want to play. Yep. Turn it off. There we go. Woo, we're at 1 viewer, and we have officially passed my ultimate live that I did, where I was just cruising around a lot, and I did 6 hours and 11 minutes, and now we're at 6 hours and 12 minutes, which that's absolutely fantastic. And to be honest, I can't remember if that was last year or the year before that I did that stream, but it was absolutely amazing. And this stream has been really good as well. So I just want to say thank you for everybody who has tuned into this live. I did not expect to be live for quite this long, but I am so glad that I decided to go live today, because now I have beat my ultimate record. And we'll see how much longer I'm live for. Like, I won't be on for too much longer, but maybe I'll finish beating Jules there on the game once I'm done cooking here and eating, and then I might call it quits after that, because it's been quite a long day of just being live. My my throat is a bit sore and stuff like that too from being live for so long. So but it's really good vibes here, and that's what we try to promote. It's just good vibes. And well, there are some people that want to ruin that sort of thing, but YouTube don't have that problem as much, where I do on TikTok, and it's kind of sad, to be honest. Like, and the only reason why I've been live more on TikTok recently than on YouTube is because I get more interaction on TikTok. But I also get a lot more trolls on TikTok, so there's that. But my lives can peak to over 130, 140 people on there, where here I'm lucky if I break like 15. So, but that's all good. I don't know how many views this has gotten yet, because there's people been jumping in and out, and at times I've had 0 viewers, at times I've had like 5 or so, and we'll see. But yeah, It's been a full day of doing this stream. It's incredible. You know, I wanted to start this last night and I didn't. And so glad I started it today because it's just incredible. Also, something that I forgot to remove from the kitchen. It's trophy. It's actually the trophy for female with the lowest horsepower to run a ride on the dyno, which is just, honestly, I love this little thing. And it's incredible. You know, it's a funny trophy to win, but I was gunning for it when I knew that this was a prize. I'm like, I can win a trophy with my car. Hell yeah, I'm in. And then I have since beat that record for lowest horsepower on the dyno because there was a bad tank of gas that was put in my car, and as a result, it ran like absolute like garbage. So yeah. And we'll see if I have enough money this weekend to actually get to the track because I want to, but I don't think I can afford it, and it sucks because I was hoping to, but I'll definitely get to the car shows on Saturday, that's for sure. And I'm gonna take the Capri, and I don't know, unless my dad wants to go too, and then he can take the Capri and I can take the Mustang because I know he'll much rather drive the Capri than the Mustang. So. Yeah, I'll just see. Actually, do I have anything for just for the food bank that I could donate? I have to find something, but you know, I definitely can figure out something though. Oh, almost tripped on the cat litter bag. It's out here. But yeah, no, it's been a really good stream, you know. Yeah, because I had Quantum in here for quite a while, and it was just me and him. And like the one thing is, he is from Romania, so you know that was really cool, and being able to talk about that and the fact that you know we talked about a bit of communism actually in the stream, and you know when we branched to a bunch of different things. And while he's not a car enthusiast, he did actually ask me about what do I think of electric cars, and to be honest, I told him that I'm not opposed to electric cars. I'm opposed to being forced into electric cars, however, and I told him about a lot of the downsides of electric vehicles, because there's a lot of them, to be honest. And one of them is actually emissions, to be honest, which is funny because that's what they're combating, even though they don't realize that that's not really the case. So, yeah, just enjoying it, just vibing out, you know? Having a good time, having a good time. There we go. That's boiling. So put that on the medium. And then grab my food here, which this stuff is amazing. I love this stuff so much. So it's Kraft Deluxe Velveeta on shells. And well, you know, it's KD, but it's better than just straight up KD. And now, don't get me wrong, this can make me feel like crap, but it's just so good, though. So good. And I don't really want to barbecue this late, so I'm not going to barbecue. So this is the next thing. Although, I could have made myself a pizza. I didn't even think about that. Oh well. I forgot that I had those. But, yeah, oh well. And, you know, it's only a few more days before my dad's back. He'll be back on Friday. And it should be, you know, it would be nice to have him back because, yeah, you know, I've missed having my dad around. So there's that. Oh, that's one thing I forgot to do. Shoot. I can still leave that, though. I can still leave that. I completely forgot, because that's when I took this out. And then I took it out and didn't put it back. That was dumb of me. Because I always like to put a bit of butter in here. Or did I? Maybe I did. I'll put more in. That's fine. I don't remember. Maybe I did. Actually, come to think of it, actually, yeah, I did. I didn't need to do that. Oh well. Oh well. Say la vie, as they say. 6 hours and 20 minutes. Damn. That's one hell of a live stream. But we're gonna keep going. To be honest, probably for at least another half hour or so, I would think. But I don't know. We shall see. Who knows? Maybe it picks up and we go later on into the evening. Like, hard to say, right? It is awesome. And, you know, I am just so happy with how this live has gone. And to be honest, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in, because you all have been fantastic. Some of you haven't actually put any messages in the chat, but that's okay. I don't need everybody to comment. It does help with the live, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, because I definitely want to finish. Definitely want to do some more stuff in the game, but I don't know. It's getting a little tiresome. But because I am tired, and who knows? Maybe I'll just finish this and finish cooking this and stop. But to be honest, though, not bad. 6 hours, and we've gotten to jewels. That's pretty good. Blacklist number 8, and with minimal distractions. Like I had some distractions from the chat, of course, and all that different stuff, but that's all good. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it challenging, having those. And yeah, overall, it's been an amazing day. Here, Estel, you want to say hi to the stream? You want to say hi to the stream? Look. See? Look right there. You're on stream. You don't look at the food. Look at the stream. Look. You're not looking at the stream. It's a little kitten. He is fluff. But actually, to be honest, I should give my voice a bit of a rest, because it's been a long stream. I'm feeling a bit fatigued, to be honest, from doing the stream. So I think I will actually end it here. But to be honest, it was a good stream. So thank you all so much for tuning in. 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 57 seconds. So it's going to be 6 hours and 23 minutes in total. Honestly, that is a very long time to stream. And yeah, I've only ever streamed this long. Actually, never. Because my previous record was 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Oh, so now Shane jumps in the chat and he just goes, no. I'm not allowed to sign off now? Rude. Why can't I go? You can tell I'm not playing the game at the moment because I'm cooking food. Why not? Tell me one good reason, or 7 good reasons, if you actually come up with a good reason for me to say. You're stuck in a loop forever now. No, I'm not. No. Hi, Rascal. What are you up to, sir? I don't have anything for you though, but I don't. I'm cooking my own food. It's not food for the kitties. No. And you should resist it. Time is not a human construct. We had time technically before clocks were invented. we had time because of sunrise and sunset, excluding in places like, Alaska, where you can have like 29 days or 21 days, whatever it is, of pure brightness, and then around the same time, pure darkness, because reasons. But technically, time did exist prior to humans. They existed with the dinosaurs. Because how would they know when they should hunt and when they should go around and when they should sleep? Because of the sunrise and the sunset. That's what would tell them. No different than how we were prior to clocks and prior to stupid work hours. But there is such thing as time. You don't know what time is? It's time. Maybe the thing that is no such thing here is you. Maybe you are a figment of my imagination and that I am just going crazy. It could be that. Could be that. Just say it, That's as logical of explanation as any. You exist in our hearts. Ah, God. Got something stuck in my eye. There we go. That's better. Fuck off with that. That is terrible. That is terrible. Funny, but terrible. And I think it's only funny because I'm like tired because I've been doing a stream for almost 6.5 hours. But oh God. It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. You see, I can't sing that song very well, to be honest. With Wiz Khalifa and I can't remember who it's featuring, but it's Wiz Khalifa. Anyways, I think because I think he's the one. No, he's not the one that sings it. I think he's the one playing the piano in that song. But I don't know why that song was stuck in my head, but it just was. Because welcome to ADD. Did anybody mention a squirrel? Because there's probably squirrels around. I mean, I don't know if there's actually squirrels outside, bro. I know there is because I've seen them. I've seen them in my yard. I've seen them, out at Greg's. I've seen squirrels. Squirrel. Yeah, can you tell I'm tired? Definitely tired. Like, it's only 10 o'clock. Like, I'm not going to sleep yet, but I'm tired. Even though I probably could. Like, but then the only problem is if I go to bed now, I'd be up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, which I refuse. No, I'll have to do that on the 16th, but not now. That's because there's time zones. Where I'm Mountain Time, you are Pacific Time. So there's that. Oh, is this like perfect? Yep, that's perfect. Perfecto. All right. So now I've got to grab this. Again, I'm tired. Just stuff is not gelling very well. Actually, I think it's sleep that's getting in my eyes. That's what it is. Ah. Yep. Yeah, there you go. 6.5 hours I've been on this live for. That's insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, you know, and like that Romanian guy that was in here earlier. Well, if you spelled rookie right, because that's not how you spell rookie. And I missed, of course I missed. Hold on. Rookie is spelled I-E, not with a Y. So there's that. But you know, I don't see you doing 6.5 hour streams, so who's the rookie now? I don't want to resist the conflict. But hey, want to see the best trophy of all time? Because it's still in my kitchen from when I fixed it. It's the trophy that my Mustang won. And on the bottom there, it reads, female with the lowest horsepower to run a ride on the dyno. It's great. Yeah, you can sleep for 6.5 hours, but do a live stream for 6.5 hours because it's not as easy as you think. Because you have to think of, like, you know, to talk and to actually do stuff, right? Luckily, you know, like I had the game to distract me for the most part, which I'll get back to that. But, you know, for now, I am making myself food and I'm going to eat said food. And then, yeah, because I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how I feel after I'm done eating. Because that'll dictate whether I want to do this longer or not. So there's that. Because I am tired. Oh yeah, like that trophy, I wanted to win that, and I did. Oh. And a piece of cheese landed on my foot, so I had to wipe it up. Oh, all right. And you have one for best stock horsepower? Which that's interesting because, you know, of best stock horsepower. Like, I know there's variations in engines, I suppose, so there's that, but like, you know, how many dynos were like the exact same number? See, and I forget when I see the comments here, and then when it actually the video gets out to you guys, there's a few seconds delay, so I forget that, to be honest, because I'm not actually on YouTube right now. The Supercoop Shootout. I mean, that'd be fun. Don't get me wrong. That's kind of cool, actually. It's just kind of funny though, because like you would think like how many of those cars ran the exact same number? Just because, you know, there's not a lot of variations in engines. Like if they're a hand-built engine, there is, but I don't think the Super Coupe engine was. Maybe it was. I don't know, but you would think that it was just a not hand-built engine, but you never know. Ah, there we go. So now that I have that, now I just need a bottle of water, which I'm going to grab from here. Let's throw these in the fridge, shall we? There we go. Perfect. Ow! My back! Ooh, it's dark and scowy. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, sorry I'm like blocking myself here. Not trying to, but just how I grabbed my foods and stuff. Okay, now you're looking up temporarily. How does my ceiling look? Ah, there we go. So now, okay, do this, do this, do this. Go. All right, put that there. There. Grab the kitty. Move him out of my way. And there we go. Ah, okay, fair enough. That's okay. Fuck, cat. There we go. I've got a kitty. He is fluffy. This is not for you. This is not for kitties. To be honest, this makes me feel like crap too. But you know, you would physically puke this. At least I know. Hey, fair enough. No worries. Like, yeah, because I am. You know, I'm going to be ending the live pretty soon here. Ow! Ow! Fucking cat! I know you're not trying to do that, but ow! Ow! Ow. Okay, there we go. Ow! Can you trim your back claws? Because you won't let me do it. Because it really freaking hurts there, cat. The stuff is so good. Don't worry, Shane. Talk to you later. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I won't. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I'm going to end it here too. So definitely appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you all so much for watching. And it was an amazing stream. My longest one yet. Hope to see you guys in the next one. Peace.